When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that McConey Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at McConey Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, McConey Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to McConeySetupShop.com and learn why McConey Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at McConey Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
From Mordor to Hogwarts to Gotham, the nerds have come together to create a show for nerds by nerds. Join nerds doing nerd things as they talk about all things nerdy. Stay up to date on the show by liking the Nerds Doing Nerd Things Facebook page.
It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green!
He's got the run, but is it enough? It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
All right, everybody, we are back. Glad to have you sticking with us. The sun is starting to set. It is starting to become blinding in a couple of these turns. We are watching and commentating on the 12 Hours of Sebring on iRacing with HSR Phantom Racing. Currently in the car, Dalton Fredericks. We've been giving you news throughout all four teams of HSR Phantom Racing. We are broadcasting the 20 car. They have fought all the way from being P9 multiple laps down to being P2 to now being P3 multiple laps down. There has been so much adversity sent through this team, and they keep clawing further and further up the leaderboard. Right now, it is an absolute dogfight between second and third, as HSR is currently in third with Dalton behind the helm. In this 20 car, you have Dalton Fredericks, Trevor Anderson, and Jake Zedal absolutely absolutely killing it. It's been fun to watch. But if this is your first time watching, we did a whole 6, almost 7 hours in a previous stream. Go check that out. It was full of pure chaos, pure comedy gold with Scott Ramler joining us up in the broadcast booth. Hi, Scott.
Hello again, everybody.
So how fast does it take your headset to charge?
Let's see, I started out at 22% when I joined you guys, and it is currently at 50.
And to get through a full stint for you, two fuel cycles, do you need it at 100? Will it drain that fast and that hard?
It doesn't typically drain that quickly. Usually it'll go down by about 25% typically. If I'm on it like all day long, I think the lowest I've seen it go was about 64% or something like that. So it usually tries to pull a little bit of power from the PC to keep the batteries going, but it does drain a bit.
As everybody can see how it has changed from beautiful to now beautiful and orange with the sun setting. Scott, we talked to Jake about the sun setting earlier here at Sebring. How difficult is it through those two turns, sunset and the hairpin turn, with that sun coming down?
It can get pretty nasty, especially once you start looking at the hairpin turn. Sunset, you're basically opening up at about 130 miles an hour into this blinding sunlight. You'll be able to see it when Dalton comes into sunset here. Right now, the sun actually seems to be off to the left side of the track, but
it'll get worse.
Depending on, it'll get a lot worse. So, coming into sunset here, you can see how the light just kind of fades away. It goes to your back. Your eyes have been trying to adjust the entire time going down that back straightaway, from barely being able to see anything to now you're going under a bridge, it's dark under there, and now the sun's at your back and your eyes are still trying to adjust. And about the time they do, you're going down the mid straight and staring right at the sun going into the hairpin.
Now we're looking at if the Weather Channel will help me out here.
Yep, you can see it right there, the sun glaring on the pavement. Got to be able to find your braking marker. Dalton gets in there nice and clean.
So we are
driving just a little bit.
Just a little. We are looking for a sunset right around 7:38. And in sim, it is 5:55.
Yep, and as that sun gets lower and lower, the glare off the track is going to get worse and worse.
This is based on last week because they ran the official last week. So go back 7 minutes on that. So right around 7:30, it'll the sun will completely set. So within the next hour and a half, it's going to get a little dicey in that car when it comes to that sun glare.
Yep, and it's going to get really interesting going into sunset, because the only marker you're going to have of the cars in front of you is hopefully going to be their brake lights, and hopefully they can see you coming and they're not focused out the windshield, especially being in the highest class in the GTP. Last thing you want to do is make a dive into sunset completely unsighted by a slower car.
This is wild. I'm looking at the leaderboard and trying to get a... I still can't believe... Our top four are all GTP cars. 2 Cadillacs, the Acura Dalton's running, and a Ferrari. But then you have 3 Dolaras, 2 LMP2s, 5th, 6th, and 7th place. They have really brought the GTPs down, and I feel like like speed-wise, I feel like it's making for more of an even playing field for all three classes, and it's making it difficult and more entertaining, I would say, for a lot of the people that tune in to watch.
That is very true. And last year for Watkins Glen, better earlier this year, I can't remember when I run these races, we actually won overall in an LMP2 in a very, very wet Watkins Glen 6-hour race. Prior to the update, these GTP cars just could not handle the rain. If you got off the wet line at all, you just went sliding well past the corner like you were driving on ice. I haven't really taken a chance to figure out how they feel now. It definitely got better with a couple of different hot patches after rain was implemented. So I would assume that it got better, but considering they put that extra 25, 30 horsepower to the rear wheels for all the GTPs, it might have gotten a bit more interesting. Thankfully, I don't think we're going to have to experiment with that in the races today.
They could also tell everybody gets one. Oh, it's Dalton's off track.
Dalton's off. Yep, he sent it in too deep, tried to turn the wheel, and nothing happened.
Off track number... what?
11 billion. Dalton has a speed and a half. All the way, and slightly below all the way. He is super fast, but I don't think he likes to let up on that throttle pedal very much.
Now, and you kind of heard that when we were on the in-car, that he was very aggressive going into a lot of these turns. And even coming out of the turns, it wanted to snap there, too.
Yep, and I'm going to turn up the stream volume here. Nope, I can't hear anything there, so I'll go to the YouTube stream and I'll listen to it there.
Facebook's faster. Facebook's only like a 10-second difference, while YouTube is like 30 plus. Yeah, he's really overthrown it.
Yeah, he's trying to throw it in, trying to get the car to yaw out on entry. And that's okay to do once you've got some heat in the tires. But that's a really bad habit to get into, especially if you've got a fresh set of boots going on the tire here.
He's been out for 14 laps now. But I'm just afraid he's going to cook them.
Yeah, and that's the thing with the Acura when I was testing it. Originally, I believe you already said all the teams were going to be using the Acura GTP if they weren't running GT3 cars. So what I noticed is about halfway through the fuel run, this car would just lose grip at both ends of the car. It'd be tight on entry, loose on exit. It'd want to do a four-wheel slide. Anytime it didn't get loose or tight, it would just slide with all four tires. It just became such a bear to manage. And we do have tools to change in the car itself with the anti-roll bars and the ERS system, traction control, all that kind of fun stuff, and the brake bias. But when it comes down to the mechanical grip that the car can give you at the time, it's like right at the beginning for like the first 10 laps, this thing is golden once you get the tires up to temp.
Yep.
but right around lap 14 or so, it just doesn't want to do anything that you put into the wheel.
Joe said their ass, Scott. I think that might be referring to the Acuras.
I'm sure we can find a way to work around it, but considering the very short amount of time that we had to put this deal together and really figure out what makes this car tick after the update, we didn't really have much of a choice but to go with something that could put better heat in the tires quicker, and instead of being unpredictable, we can just go out and say, okay, after this point, it's going to be tight. I would much rather the car be tight than unpredictable.
Yeah. And that's understandable because you don't want to have to wonder what it's going to do going into a turner at full send.
If your car's tight, the only thing you need to do is, okay, I need to back up my corner, use a little bit less wheel, turn in earlier, and focus on the drive off. If the car's loose, you kind of need to figure out the balance of the car, not just on entry, but through the center, off the corner, because that's where you can really get yourself into trouble. You spin up the rear tires, get them overheated, it compounds and compounds and compounds until you have no grip at the rear, and eventually you're going to spin, which is going to heat everything up more, and you just get frustrated.
Yeah. So, Scott, question for you, pal.
What you got?
What do you think of the new endurance race overlays?
I like it.
I think it helps. I think it really does, especially since there's multi-classes.
Yeah, multi-class racing is hard, especially from the streaming standpoint. There's not a whole lot of places that get it properly right.
I'm trying.
No, it's all good, dude. Oh, there we go. Dalton spinning in a little too hard, got loose on the rear end on turn-in.
And that's a $7 right behind him. That's the third place LMP2 car.
Yep. And do you mind jumping on board again? I think I saw something that he was doing with his wheel that was pretty interesting. Look at how much movement he's giving through the center of the corner. In, out, in, out, in, out. Just washing all over the place because he's trying to figure out what will the car give me every single corner.
What's with the wiper blade?
I think he might have just toggled it by accident. That's fairly easy to do. But
oh dear.
You know, watch how he goes through one here. He'll be able to make that easy. It's Dalton. He's fine going 3 wide.
I don't trust them though.
I don't trust him either, but it's a kind of a necessary evil. But you can see how it's not just a smooth turn in, and there are a lot of guys, like if you watch Duelio Almeida, I don't know how to say his last name, YouTuber turned, or YouTuber sim racer turned, now IMSA TCR driver for, oh good lord, I was just watching this video the other day. One of the Hyundais, I believe. Brian Herta Autosport. There we go. He does the same thing where he's just kind of like twitching the wheel a little bit. It's like, okay, can I give it more? Can I give it more? Can I give it? Do I need to give it less? Does the car get loose? Does the car get tight? And that's a great.
Boy. I thought he was getting really loose there on entry.
No, and that's the weird thing about that corner is you almost want a little bit of a slide there, because the closer you can get that nose to that inside curb without hitting it, there's a little bit of banking there that can actually catch your slide and then allow you just to fire off the corner really strong. If you come in and you don't have a little bit of yaw in the car's going to bottom out and try to push you wide. If you come in too fast, you're just going to miss the corner altogether. So you kind of have to dance on a fine line through that corner. It's, in my opinion, the hardest corner on the entire track.
Which one's the easiest?
For me, it'd be Sunset, but then again, I don't really push through Sunset.
Best passing point.
Best passing point for me is basically any corner exit here. You can catch people off the hairpin. You can get them into turn 2. You can spike them out in turn 1 if you really need to. If you're running side by side with somebody on the inside going into turn 1, you can walk up the track a little bit, make them think, oh God, he's going to push far out wide and make them lift. You can pass almost anywhere on this track aside from about right where he's at now, because there is no grip going through there. But I've made dive bombs into this corner, and you can see again, he came in a little bit slower and the car tried to skip the front tires out to the outside of the track.
Going from the blimp cam to see an aerial view. If we could see a little bit more. I love how you guys leave the racetrack to get a better turn down towards Sunset.
Yeah, and that's another corner that's pretty challenging. There's actually negative banking going on to the back straight into Sunset. So you can't take that corner anywhere near as fast as what you think you can. So that one's a real test of patience, because if you get on the throttle too early, it lifts the front tires off the ground, you go sliding wide.
I honestly feel like we're like the police chopper.
And here we see the suspect, supposedly a man named Dalton Fredericks, fleeing from a blue Cadillac police car.
I love how we always add fun into these things. It's fun. We're having fun. But gotta give you a big shout out to the drivers. Wyatt for spending a lot of time with us early on. Joe, Scott, you for coming up, talking with us, having some fun. And then Jake Zito, he killed it for a good hour and a half with us, and just we shot the shit and talked about the race, talked about the car, had some fun, made a lot of jokes. But I think that's why this works so well with broadcasting the endurance races with HSR Phantom Racing, is because we're showing you the race, talking about the race, but also having a lot of fun just BSing around and just trying not to miss anything for the wonderful viewers and the wonderful sponsors that put their name on the vehicle that we get to run for these endurance races.
And this is also an opportunity for our sponsors to get to know our drivers, because I mean, at some point you got to realize we're all smart alecks. We're going to say goofy things in all of our interviews. Aside from maybe Dalton, he's still a little stiff on his interviews sometimes. But we crack jokes, we have fun, and most importantly, we poke fun at each other. I'm sure Dalton's going to come in here when I'm in the car at some point and poke a little fun at me.
All right, Scott. Well, you are needed with Joe. I'm going to send you down there. Feel free to come back when you are done.
All right. Have fun, guys.
All right, everybody. It is just me again. I know. But we are watching this beautiful race here at Sebring International Raceway. 7 hours, 35 minutes in. And we are looking at 242 laps right now. Just about 4.5 hours remaining It's been a very, very fun race. A lot of chaos early on. Currently sitting in that third position. We do have, I think, a minute or so over P4. Oh, I lied. We have almost 4 minutes over P4. I wonder what happened. I'm just checking my math here. Yeah, we have about 4.5 minutes over P4. And we're sitting pretty in P3. P2 is about 45 seconds ahead of us. But that 30 car, the number one, absolutely killing it all day. The stream's already been going for almost a half hour. That went by fast. Jump on board with Dalton, because that sun, as we were talking about, is really starting to come down in the sky and blind some of these drivers. You'll really see it when we go onto the cockpit view, especially going towards sunset. It's gonna left side of the windshield. It's gonna start coming down into view, and I'm kind of excited to see it, but also very nervous for these drivers to see how that sun does set. We got Dalton probably pitting in about 4 or 5 laps. That 2:17 lap time for a pit stop. They are on 2:40 right now. LMP2 right behind them. Looks like qualifying just finished for the Cup Series. Alex Bowman, Josh Berry, Noah Grayson, Chase Briscoe, William Byron, your top 5. Blaney, Nemechek, Cindric, Wallace, and Allmendinger, your top 10. Can Josh Berry go back to back with last week's win at Las Vegas? Dalton with a really good lap there for 20 plus old lap tires. A 149.65. Update from the 969 car. Andrew is about to get out I'll be getting in. That is Brandon. Still P2. Ben will be closing us out tonight. There's P4 right there, the 194, Benjamin Voigt. P2, 46.5 seconds ahead of us in second. And your race leader, way ahead of us, just under 4 laps ahead of Fulton and HSR. R57 update. Lap 102. Bolsters VR headset died. 4 minutes of repairs. The issues with the 47 continue. This one I think is the first one of something with them. Everything else is they've been caught in others' businesses. I think that's what Scott was saying, that he might be going into the car once his headset gets charged, and it might be time to go do so. Wow, the 088's back out on the racetrack after major damage. Oh no, that's the 088's Blake Logan. Wait a minute. Do they have... There's the 088. There was another one that was a beaver block. Maybe I'm just going crazy. Very good possibility. Ooh, car off the racetrack. Dalton gets by it, no problem, and they continue. Could have been a scary moment, wasn't a scary moment, and Dalton gets by it, no problem, with the race leader dropping a 149.793 last time by. Dalton should be hitting pit road soon, either this lap or next lap. And we're looking next time by should take over P2 as well. There it is. We'll take P2 for a lap. That's exactly what it looks like from Dalton's point of view. Down into the hairpin. Nice and smooth. Coming down towards Sunset, does the 20, hit pit road. Yes, he does. Dalton Fredericks to pit road. Now we'll keep an eye on P3 as they're heading down towards Sunset right now. They are going to take second place. And right there, as Dalton's continuing with service. Now we're just waiting on fuel. Wow, we're really waiting on fuel. Hack it, I guess. And there we go. And there's the engine that kicks on. Cold tires, pal, cold tires. Dalton Fredericks for his fourth stint, fuel stint of the race right now. Been pretty good lap time wise, right around that 149 to 152 mark throughout a run. Right around where the leaders have been running lap time wise. Now it's just a waiting game to see how fast Dalton can get those tires up to temperature, and there he goes, trying to heat them up. A little long in the turn. should be good by the end of this lap with temperatures. That's when I expect Dalton to start driving normal. Looks like that's the 87 back in 16th place, right on our back bumper. Yeah, unnecessarily on the back bumper though. At this point, Dalton, either drive away from him or let him go, because he's gonna end up wrecking you somehow. Coming from, you know, a commentator that has maybe driven 10 or 15 laps in these cars. And there he goes. Good job, Dalton. Let him wreck himself. Like that. Glad to have you all here with me, enjoying today's 12 hours of Sebring on iRacing, live on All-Star 15 TV for HSR Phantom Racing. Hit that like button, subscribe, follow. Chat is open for anybody who'd like to come chat with us. I know it was kind of popping earlier in the first stream. See if we can get that going again. You know, anybody that wants to watch some racing, have some fun with it, send them our way. Dalton doing some really good laps compared to P2, who's 42.5 seconds ahead of us. Last time by a half a second faster. We're still looking at probably another 150 laps around Sebring, and it is going to get dark. It's going to get very dark unless you're on the front stretch. So that's going to even cool down the track temperatures even more, giving us more speed. Looking at a sunset time right around 7:30 today at Sebring. It already started. You can already see that sun starting to come down. Same thing as the track temperature like we were talking about. Well, to give back a little time there. I really do enjoy jumping on board, watching what Dalton sees. You really see the sun starting to come down on the left side of that windshield, heading down towards sunset. And let's check that track temperature. Last time we saw it was right around 91. It has fallen down to 81 degrees with an ambient temperature outside still at a nice 75 degrees. Absolutely gorgeous out. The humidity has gone up a little bit. Would be a nice day in virtual Sebring. Taking it to the nose camera, we have on the Acura. What a move, Dalton. 3 cars right before sunset. Or trying to get 3 cars. Like a big block. Cars have started turning on their lights in preparation of the sun going down, even though they have another hour or so. We've eclipsed the 8-hour mark of this 12 hours of Sebring. Now it's under 4 hours remaining. If you've stuck with us this long, I appreciate the heck out of you. Thank you. The watch times are really going to help when it comes in. Believe me, as you guys know, there's only 580 subscribers to All-Star 15 TV. I'm on the road to 1,000 and then some. But it always starts with 1. And I appreciate each and everybody who jumps into a video, watches, enjoys, has fun with us. It really, you have no idea how much it means. Still watching Dalton doing a really great job getting around Sebring. Been out on pit road for right around 7, just over 7 laps. They can go around 22 to 26 if they save a little bit. And Dalton is significantly faster than our race second place driver. Sorry, buddy. Brain farted on that one. Dalton last time by a 148.3 to P2's 150.28, so almost 2 seconds faster. That gap is under 40 seconds now. I really think as the sun goes down, this track is gonna get hot. Not temperature-wise, but fast. Very, very fast. To the point where I wouldn't be surprised if we're going back to qualifying times. Which qualifying times were low 147s. Yeah, Dalton's really keeping up that speed. Last time by, he did fall off a little bit, but he did hit some traffic. He is absolutely, absolutely moving. And even now, he's trying to get around some traffic. Did clip the grass there. Happy he didn't spin out. Very much could have. Definitely looked like it upset the Acura a little bit. A 149.3 Dalton Fredericks last time by. Still chewing at P2's lap time. P2 a 151.56. The only one faster than Dalton last time by was 4th place in the Ferrari, the 194 car with a 149.29. Just stay consistent, and that is exactly what Dalton has been doing. This will be significantly slower. Those two lapped cars coming down south on the racetrack really messed up with Dalton. Yeah, it was a 150. That was a second and a half slower than P2. Hopefully now with a little bit of a clean track, we can see that Dalton chew back into that. Update for car 60 as of 2 minutes ago. Daniel Krim out of the car. Josh is a few laps into his stint. They are currently P14 in class. Just like I've said from the beginning, any drivers want to come chat with me, just let me know. I'll pull you up here and we can have a little bit of fun for as long as you want. I have to keep cycling everything so it shows what I need it to show. Under the Advent help sign, catching a couple more GT cars. Oh, Dalton went wide. That GT car did not help him out at all. Comes another GTP, it looks like right behind us. That is the number 7. Oh, that's a prototype, an LMP2 car. Never mind. We've dropped 1 degree since the last time we looked of track temperature. All right, Dalton is currently on his 13th lap of this run. Just looking for another 10 or so before he hits pit road as he comes out of Sunset towards the start-finish line at a pool of GT3 cars heading down towards turn 1, and he's going to grab them all right before they get to turn number 1. It's a great move from the 20 of Dalton Fredericks as he continues on towards turn 2. Really good move to separate himself when he can from the GT3 cars. But you're watching All-Star 15 TV's broadcast of HSR Phantom Racing's 12 Hours of Sebring. We will be right back. Gonna take a quick commercial break.
From Mordor to Hogwarts to Gotham, the nerds have come together to create a show for nerds by nerds. Join nerds doing nerd things as they talk about all things nerdy. Stay up to date on the show by liking the Nerds Doing Nerd Things Facebook page.
It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but is it enough? It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that McConey Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at McConey Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, McConey Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to McConeySetupShop.com and learn why McConey Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at McConey Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
And we're back, everybody. Thank you guys for tuning into today's race. 264 laps on the board so far. 8 hours, 20 minutes in. We're going to 12 hours. It's the 12 hours of Sebring. Thank you for tuning in to All-Star 15 TV's broadcast of HSR Phantoms Racing. It's the 20 car. It's Dalton Fredericks, Trevor Anderson, and Jake Sedow. We broadcasted these guys at Daytona. We're back at Sebring. And it has been very eventful, and they have fought all their way back up to P3. We have been giving you guys updates on the other cars as well to see how that is all going with them. Just a reminder, the 60 car, they did have to jump to the 12 o'clock session, so they're going from 12 to 12 tonight. They are currently, last thing I saw, that they are running 15th, 12 laps down. Unfortunately, after another incident in their second lobby, after they got brutally beat up at the start of the first race. Car 57 isn't really doing much better. They're having a lot of issues on their own. Right now, they got Joe Hutchings in the car with Scott Ramler crewing. And then car 969. Looks like they are currently still P2 as of about a half hour ago. No updates since. But the sun's going down here at Sebring. Give it another half hour. Yeah, about half hour we'll have that sun completely down. It'll be blinding for a little bit for these drivers going into the turns. As we're on board with Dalton now. Really squirrely. And as you guys can see, that temperature, that track temperature, the last number on the bottom is the track temperature. We started right around 114, got all the way to about 120 before it started to cool off and come down in temperature. We're sitting at right now 79 degrees. These guys are going to have a lot of grip. It should help and drop those lap times possibly into the 147s, as it is a cluster in front of Dalton. Be patient, pal. We wanted to stay on that. There's one, there's two. Good move. Not quite yet, but you could see it starting to really set as they're hitting some marbles. Somebody must have went off track heading down towards Sunset. A really good turn. And just Just a reference for everybody at home, P2 has swapped drivers. Dalton is catching and catching fast. Oh, that was also about a half hour ago. All right, cool. Cool, great job, AJ. He's dropped it down about 10 seconds over this fuel run. Yeah, it looks like Dalton's anywhere from a couple tenths to a half a second faster a lap for the most part. Last time by, he did lose about 2 tenths, but the gains that Dalton's put on P2 has been absolutely disgusting. Should be seeing a pit stop from Dalton in the next 4 to 5 laps. That should kind of reset everything. I'm also curious to see if P2 does what he did last time and pit a lap or 2 early. Oh, contact with P2. P2 is around. P2 is drifting, and what a save. Woo! P2 got clocked. P2 drifted. Doesn't look like there's any damage, but holy cow, that should drop it under 30 seconds between the two of them. We'll see momentarily. It's gonna hold serve right at 30 seconds, so it was about a 3-second loss. Let's jump on board with them and see if there's any issue. I don't think so. Definitely doesn't sound good though. It'd just be how they're shifting. But now it is. Now it's under 30 seconds. That could have been a huge, huge mistake. As long as Dalton stays consistent, he's going to be sitting pretty. Sorry about that, everybody. Had to get up for a sec. What's going on, Roger? Hopefully we see you right here Tuesday for the Super Trofeo Series. Thank you for liking the stream, pal. It is always appreciated when you and the guys come around. I don't know what's going on with this second place car. I don't want to say it's the quality of driver because they were putting down good lap times, but they are very much off pace right now. And I don't really see damage on the vehicle for them to be so off pace. That gap is under 28 seconds now. Gotta give it a shot now that it's getting kind of wrong button, kind of dark. See if I get up the car count. Please don't break. Please don't break. Please don't break. Alright, so far, not horrible. A little bit of a frame rate dip for a second. Ah, there it goes. I know. It was working fine. Shouldn't have touched it. Dalton did lose a little bit of time to second place. That's back up into the 29-second gap. Dalton's got to be careful coming down towards sunset. And there's the sun. Not as bad as it's been in years past. I hear it's also worse if you have your HDR on. Oh, what a slide. Car coming off pit road. Dalton sees him. And clear. Good move, pal. Yeah, Jake, thanks for confirming that for me. You did mention if you do have HDR on. No, I do not. I do not have HDR on. I do not have an HDR computer or monitor. I don't think it would. I don't want to even try it. We're already having issues. Well, not really having issues, but I don't want to get kicked out of the stream. But we are 20 minutes away from sunset. Oh, it sounds like somebody's spinning in front of Dalton. There it is. There's the Mustang. Thought you would work today. You can't even see the Advent Health sign anymore. It's so bright. Dalton right now stuck behind the 19 Porsche. It was like fourth place just had another issue. Oh yeah, they went long. Go back and take a look at this, just for giggles. Not giggles, but gotta watch what I say. That could have been a lot worse. Alright, if the wonderful people don't mind, here's some sports news. The LA Kings over the Carolina Hurricanes 6-0 halfway through the second. The Capitals and the Florida Panthers are tied 1-1 middle of the first. The Utah Hockey Club against Tampa Bay midway through the first. Utah's up 1-0. Philadelphia lost to Dallas in overtime. Minnesota 4-1 against Buffalo. The Rangers beat the Vancouver Canucks 5-3. Now for what everybody else is probably interested in, especially today or this week. Arkansas beat St. John's. Holy cow, 75-66. Purdue beat McNeese 76-62. Only 2 games so far. Everything else is later. For the women in college basketball, San Diego State is going to beat Oklahoma State. Maryland is going to beat, I think that's Norfolk. Yep, Norfolk State. At halftime, UNC is beating, let me see who that is. Oh, Oregon State, 26-24. Michigan State University is beating Harvard 24-19 at the end of the second. And USC absolutely demolished UNC Greensboro 71-25. And UConn women, Jesus, beat Arkansas State 103-34. 103-34. That's a little overkill. I hope that karma doesn't catch back up with him. As Jake Zito is back in the car for HSR Phantom Racing. Got to be careful with those cold tires. They've been out of pit road for about a lap now. The GT3 wanted to stay right there. A little bit off throttle time for Jake. And I know it's taking care of the car, but that was a lot of off throttle time. I thought he was about to go a little long there. It's a great view on board. It is getting dark out there. Just a little bit. The only thing you're going to be able to see are those headlights. There's the race leader. He was on pit road for quite a while. Making sure everything was okay. Coming up to 3 hours remaining. Closing in fast, everybody. Still sitting pretty in P3, Jake Zedow. About 30 seconds back from second place and about 7.5 minutes behind P1. You'd really, at this point, have to think that P1 has to wreck for something to happen. A lot of traffic right now that Jake's having to go through. Oh boy. Holy cow, I don't know what the 55 was thinking. I don't even see who that was. There it is. There's the 55. LMP. And they're sixth in class. Seems like the 57 car is having some issues in their lobby. just realized I'm looking at the wrong car. I wonder when that's switched. That gap to second place has jumped up to 33 seconds. Still looking pretty good. Sitting third. Have a good portion of the race left. A lot of these drivers, some of them are scaring me. And then you see Jake trying to make moves to get around them. And Jake's doing a really good job to put those moves around the LMP2s and the GT3 cars. It's just some of them are there 1 second, not there another, and then at the last second they're there again. But Dalton and Jake seem to be working pretty good together. And now that Jake has some clean air for a little bit, he has a couple cars in front of him, but they're spread apart. So he should get around them relatively without issue and has a good portion of the racetrack with nobody around. Maybe he can also chew back into that 35-second gap to P2. We're 6 minutes away from having 3 hours remaining. Thank you everybody for staying tuned. The sun has gone down. The track temp is gonna plummet. Probably not plummet, but get down to right around 70. Could be wrong. But we'll have to wait and see as the lights are out. Jake Zito is in the car. Hit that like button, subscribe, follow. And just like that, 20 cars caught a crap ton of more cars. It was nice while it lasted, huh? Jake with a really good lap last time by. A 148.3 chips a good chunk out of P2, as P2 is also in heavy traffic. Alright, so everybody, I had to go help my wonderful niece with something. Sorry about the getting up and going away. It's Saturday. There's stuff I gotta do around the house, stuff I already did around the house. There's a couple things I gotta wait till later to do around the house. Weekends are only my time to do stuff, because during the week I broadcast and podcast. And work. Let's see, do we have any updates from any of the cars? None recently. Jump on board again. Now that the sun is completely set, it's going to start relying on all headlights when they're not on this front stretch or by one of the bridges. Good move, Jake. Great move. Gonna hurt you on corner entry, but you got by, and you're setting sail again. Big Zdow pit on lap 270. We're currently on 283. But we got a little while. We have another about 13 laps before another pit stop. A really close call between the 215. That's a Mercedes. It was. I said this a couple times in the earlier broadcast, but I want to shout it out again. You're watching All-Star 15 TV's broadcast of the HSR Phantom Racing 12 hours of Sebring. But I want to talk about a channel partnership that is currently doing a Creator Appreciation Week, and that is W Energy. A bunch of wonderful flavors, cheaper than a cup of coffee every day, whether that's Dunkin' Donuts, Starbucks. It's a brand that has clean energy drinks that are designed to be flavorful and have a lot of focus on your energy without the jitters, the crash. It's sustainable energy. A lot of flavors. If you use code AS15TV, you save 30% off until March 24th. I was drinking mine earlier. I had the solo leveling flavor. They have a partnership with Crunchyroll, a lot of anime stuff, a lot of anime and gamers. Kind of love the little combinations they come out with. It was very good. It was Monarch Blue, and as you guys can tell, we're here, we're working, having fun. But yeah, use code AS15T at w.gg and save 30%. AS15TV. Everything helps out the channel, goes right back into the channel. Try to make things a little bit better, looking a little bit better. But like I said, thank you everybody for helping out, hitting that like button, subscribe, following. I appreciate everything you guys do for me into making this so much better. Car 20 update. That is basically what I said. And he sent that like 5 minutes ago. I know Dalton's listening.
Hi.
Just scared the crap out of me.
You're welcome.
I get no like pating because it's in streamer mode. I almost went through the ceiling. Holy cow. I didn't know I can jump that high. Whew. What's up, pal? I know you're having a lot of issues down there with a couple jackasses that can't look at a replay and find out that they were at fault.
Not once, but twice.
They did
but
it
we're not
twice?
going to go there. I'm sharing my screen, so you, or if I was, I am sharing it.
How am I not sharing my screen anymore? I didn't leave.
I don't know. Something's going on with Discord because my my headset keeps disconnecting.
Are you done and out of the car for the rest of the race?
Nope.
Oh, so you have another stint coming.
Oh, I got more stints coming.
How long before your stint?
I don't know. Nate just joined. I got Rambler in the car right now, who's probably going to get 2 in. Was it, I got to get Nate in for 2. We got to get Bolster back in the car.
So everybody, it isn't gonna be pretty, but I will attempt to have Joe's stream also in the view. It's not gonna be full screen, but that's gonna be. Is that Nate Orlowski in the car?
No, that would be Scott.
Oh, that's Scott in the car.
Mm-hmm. And I'm trying to get my grub on, so I'm sorry if I'm eating on stream.
Yeah, the only thing I ask you don't do is chew like a cow.
Moo.
My niece did the exact same thing when I said that.
Look at that beautiful All-Star 15 TV Cadillac going around the track.
Yeah, very pretty.
Mm-hmm.
All right. It's not huge, but we're doing a little picture-in-picture action for you at home. The smallest screen is the car 57, driven by Scott Ramler right now. Crewing is Nate Orlowski. How did he do with his races? If you know.
I don't know because I just had to reset my headset.
Oh. Oh, so you didn't hear me ask about how Nate did at his races?
Yeah, let's not talk about that either.
Oh, no.
Nate needs a new bumper.
His fault or somebody else's fault?
Somebody else. Yeah, in this noon lobby, there's going to be plenty of people that are being reported. This lobby has been, this is the worst lobby I've ever been in, and this is the third race in a row I've said that. The racing IQ that I have seen so far this weekend, AJ, is that there hasn't been.
Yeah, you were telling me.
Mm-hmm.
In this one, it hasn't been too bad. But I also got to give the guys that have been in the car a lot of credit because they've been able to maneuver their way around it. Also, know when to push to get by and when to wait a turn or two. So the racing IQ of our drivers might kind of help out with everybody else.
Well, we've been used as a pinball all day. Bolster got rear-ended 3 times. I got sent spinning. Tried to give everybody the benefit of the doubt, give everybody all the room in the world, and yet... Anyways...
Maybe next time you just stay up here with me. And we just go through all the rooms like we did for Daytona. Might help out with a headache or two. Like, do your normal stuff with preparation and helping everybody. And then when it comes to race time, I'm gonna go chill with AJ.
I like this. I like this part. Chill with AJ.
Dude, it's so much better when I have somebody up here because we actually have stuff to talk about. When I'm by myself, it is difficult, I will admit. But it's an endurance race, so there's not stuff changing every single lap outside of, hey, the sun's going down. Hey, it's kind of blinding. Hey, it's gone down a little bit more. It's still kind of blinding.
Well, I mean, I can put you on Discord with Beta. She would love to get on YouTube chat.
No.
At least she wouldn't swear.
That's also true. That might be the one benefit between you and her.
I mean, she talks like a sailor, but doesn't cuss like one. That was funny.
Just wait. Just wait. It'll get there.
But she shoots like Annie Oakley. Don't get on my daughter's bad side.
Bang! So Joe, in your lobby, what position are you guys and how far back are you?
Here, I'll pull it up. Let's see. We are P9 in our class, and we are 16 laps off the lead. We're trying to pick through the GT3 field right now. We've been picking up laps, but it's been a day.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Hey, who knows? You could still end up with a top 5 by end of day. You don't know. And I bet you that top 5 is gonna feel great.
that's not happening.
Dude, we were multiple, even more laps down. I think at one point we were 7 laps down, and we're only 3 now because people decided to play bumper cars in the wrong spot.
Right?
It can happen. For everybody watching at home, the picture-in-picture screen is Scott Ramler. Nate Orlowski is crewing. In the car on the big screen, that is Jake Zedow. We are currently 3 laps down to the race leader and running comparable times to the race leader. Second place is just about a half a second faster than us, a lap about. Jake and the second place car at some points trade off laps. But he's doing a really good job keeping P2 within range for when Dalton gets back in the car. We did talk to Jake earlier. He even said, I'm good at keeping the car on the racetrack and not getting X's and not wrecking the car. While Dalton is very, very fast, makes some amazing passes, gains time, but also has more X's than Kim Kardashian. I might have made Joe choke on his food.
No. Joe's just gathering evidence against Matteo Orban, Eduardo Chongpan, all these little fucks in iRacing that think they're entitled to every fucking inch on the fucking racetrack. And before I absolutely lose my shit, AJ, I'm going to leave so I can calm myself down a little bit. And I quit.
All right, everybody. Joe Hutchings for you. We are back to being alone. Just under 3 hours, 2 hours, 45 minutes left in to the Sebring 12 hours here on iRacing. The sun has gone down. The track is cooled off. 76 degrees. Dalton, I know it's not that bad, but it's always gonna be the joke. And I'm very happy that you're fun with it. Should be seeing Jake on pit road in about 5 or so laps. This will be Jake's, the end of Jake's first fuel run. When he hits pit road. Oh, Jake's really squirrely coming through the S's there. That back end is really kicking out. Good thing he's going to hit pit road in a couple laps. Definitely could use a fresh set of tires. Dalton, when are you getting back in the car? Is it after Jake's next fuel run? Oh, boy. Sayonara. I want to check if we had contact with that. Sorry about the rewind, everybody. Oh, no, not at all. He lost it, and great job, Jake. A great move to stay out of that. He didn't even lose that much time. Everybody doing some housekeeping. With chats and everything. Making sure it's all kosher. Jake currently about 46 seconds behind P2. And we're looking at about 6.5 minutes behind P1. Roughly about 3 laps. Should be hitting a pit stop either this time by or next time by. Oh, then you're into the finish? Oh boy. So we're looking at just about another hour with Jake, which he's going another lap. So you're looking at another hour, and then you're going to take it for the last hour and a half, hour 45. Nice, dude. Wow. Almost at lap 300 for Jake. The leader is just about to hit lap 300. Look at that GT3 getting really, really scary behind us for a second. We'll pull away, but oh, kind of close. Oh, just a 33. That's not it. I don't see a 33. 34? Nope. That's a GTA car. It looked like. There, everybody. Looking for what car that was. I don't think it was an LMP. There it was. There's a 33. That's not the 33 though. Oh no. What the hell? He's on pit road. Did you just blink out? What the heck happened? I'll wait for him on a straightaway, but I want to drop down there and ask. It literally told me he crashed and had to jump to pit road. I don't know why. But he looks to be all good. So I'm happy about that. But on my timing and scoring, it told me he crashed and had to jump to pit road. But as you guys can see, we are live and he's back on the racetrack. So I'm guessing it was a glitch. I can verify. I got scared. Got very scared. Waiting for Dalton in the chat to call me an idiot.
Idiot.
Oh, welcome back. Did you do some breathing exercises?
Yeah, I went out back and shot a bunch of bullets.
Did you happen to read what I put in the owner's chat? That's probably a no. But welcome back. Good to have you back. Did you want to share your screen again, or?
No.
No? Okay. I get it. It's aggravating. People are dumb. People think all the issues are somebody else's fault, but
It's okay. I just sneezed all over my phone.
It's not what I thought you were gonna say. I'm so happy that's what you said.
I said sneezed.
I heard the sneeze and I thought, like, oh, SpaghettiOs.
We're 16 laps down. P19 overall. It says P9 on the side of the car. And Rambler just beat my fastest lap.
You're surprised?
No. Kind of been waiting for it.
Can't wait for this race to be over so I can have dinner. Lunch was really good, though. Lunch was very good. So Jake's in his final stint of the night. Something Wong just got in the car for P1. Matthew White in P2.
Something Wong?
Does it show you his name on my screen?
Leo Luing? Luing?
Hold on, it'll change. Oh no, it is changed. What are you looking at? Like, are you live? Because that's not his name.
I'm what? Hin Lock Wong.
Does he lock it good?
I don't know. Does he?
I don't know. I'd have to ask. Sorry, everybody. I've been up for way too long, broadcasting for way too long.
Hey, you only got 2.5 hours left, unless you want to sit here and jump over to ours, where we got 6 hours to go.
I don't know if I want to do that. But want and being asked nicely are two different things. Because I was going to go watch The Incredibles because of Scott.
Uh-oh, what did Scott do?
We were making Incredibles jokes.
Oh. No capes.
No, it was the where is my super suit?
Where is my super suit?
Dalton, you're leaving Jake down there by himself?
We still got the team comms on iRacing. I can chat them too.
Oh. Hey, now everybody wants to join me when I've been by myself for so long.
Yeah, I've been wanting to join up all evening, but I didn't want to leave the guys by themselves.
No, I don't blame you. You're a very good teammate.
I left a very green Nate with Scott.
That's how he's gonna learn.
God.
No, seriously, it's how he's going to learn.
Uh-huh.
Don't sugarcoat it. I'll probably eat that too.
Oh, man.
But I think our best car, because I'm not getting updates anymore from anybody. But last time I heard, the 969 was P2. We're P3. You guys are P9 in the 57. And I've got nothing for the last almost hour and a half from
cool. I'll be
car
right.
60. Which last time I heard they were P15. That was Joe leaving to Go get the scoop. Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted to hop on here one last time before I got in the car to finish the race.
So what are you expecting? Because you were putting down some fast laps. Gaining their P13. Nice. Did you check the 9392 or 969?
No, I did not. Hang on.
All right. You were doing fast laps compared to P2 about a couple tenths to even a full second ahead. They probably have another driver change. They'll probably finish the race with their best driver. Are you expecting an even out? You think we can get to P2, or you think right where we're at is probably where we're going to finish if we can keep it on the racetrack?
I think for the most part, we're pretty much going to be finishing where we're at. I assume they're going to put that fast guy back in that they had when I believe Trevor was running. So he was just a hair bit faster than I was. So I'm fine with sticking where we're at as long as we can keep the car clean and finish.
Yeah, you guys have battled through adversity disgustingly. All four cars have hit some sort of it. But you guys have done a really good job. I'm waiting. Joe just got back. Joe, how's car 969 doing? Oh, Jake. He won? He won?
No, P2.
Oh, okay. Oh, I was good. Got my hopes up for a second. As you can see, Jake is trying to get around some very much slower traffic. Talking to Dalton Fredericks of car 20 and Joe Hutchings, car 57.
I'm in the 57 this race.
I know. I'm trying to figure out who was chuckling.
That was me.
That was Joe.
Did the toilet paper rip?
No. No. Scott just drove past the car that has been giving us a temper tantrum.
Yeah, just leave it as a problem, and then deal with problem after.
Yeah, we'll talk off camera. Let's just say I have a wild Nate Orlowski in my back pocket, and I fucking love it.
I wonder if any of you guys are in the lobby with this. I'm putting it in general. You'll get a kick out of it, just because I know your sense of humor. Oh, where'd it go? I think I put it in this. Yep, there it is. Send.
Did you put it in the Sebring?
Yep.
What the? No, I can't say that we're in the same lobby, but that's a great name for a race team.
I'd wave at him every time he went by. Hi, Big Richard. Hi, Big Richard.
Oh, man. Oh. We go around and around, and I need to start drinking beer.
I have
Wait,
a Moscow
no,
Mule in front of me that I just made.
I can't. I still got one more fuel stick in this car.
I mean, just go by the green car one more time and just...
No. We got around them. They're okay now.
Pat McAfee. But whatever car is giving you the problem. You know how much we like Pat McAfee. Dalton, are we sitting right where that track temp is going to be about 76 degrees? Do we see it getting any cooler tonight?
It probably won't get much cooler. I think that's pretty much where it's going to be. Which, it's got plenty of grip in it now. So I'm excited to see what kind of lap times I can pull.
I was gonna
get the fastest lap of the race before the race is done.
I was gonna ask, is the cool temperatures on the track and the more grip, is that gonna help out later in the run where you don't have any tire left?
It should. The only problem that I've seen with this car and the cool track temps is that
These guys to go. I'll be back later.
Hold on, Joe. Wait. Are you jumping in the car?
No.
Oh. Well, tell one of your boys, whoever's not in the car and whoever's not crewing, to come up here and have fun with us.
Great. We'll do that.
I don't want to be alone again.
Okay. Hang on. I'll get somebody up here. Hang on.
Well, no, Dalton's still here, but he's gonna have to leave in like 20 minutes.
Okay. I think. Hang on. I'll tell you.
Oh, and it goes by so much better when you're actually conversating with somebody.
34 minutes until Rambler's available.
Ooh. Oh no. Yes.
I can send Nate up here.
I don't care.
I'll send Nate. Hang on. I'll be back. Or I'll send Nate up here. Bye.
Yeah. Get the Sebring version up here. Oh, come on, Dalton.
Huh?
Dalton has stopped paying attention. Do I need to insert a couple more coins?
Probably.
Yeah, I can't wait to see. Look at those brake rotors, dude. Holy cow.
They're glowing.
That I don't think that's good.
Yeah, it's about normal.
Could those break? Could those pop?
Not in the sim, but in real life, yeah, definitely.
Well, yeah, obviously real life. Hey, Nate, I heard you wanted to come have fun with us.
Forced fun?
What?
Mandatory fun?
When you put it like that, it's fun. We're having fun. This is fun.
PT's pitting.
That's a little off sequence.
Oh, they have big time left front damage.
Damn,
Their
it's nice in the
camber's
front.
way off. I'm gonna go tell Jake, BRB.
Yeah, I gotta go find out.
AC up here, some snacks.
Yeah, we gotta treat our fat guys even though you're skinny as hell. So, P2 goes in the sunset, he can't slow down. Oh, and he just doesn't attempt to stop until it's too late. Heavy left front damage and immediately takes it to pit road. Boys, we might be looking at a P2. Well, we are at a P2, but...
How much time is left in the race?
Hour and a half? 2.5 hours?
Nice. Nice.
2 hours, 20 minutes. And we just moved in the second place. And Nate, I don't know if you've been watching at all throughout the day. We were as far back as 10th place, 7 laps down.
Wow.
We are
Congratulations.
we are second place, 2.5 laps, 3 laps down. Sorry, my math isn't mathing at this moment.
I have not actually been keeping up with it, on full disclosure. I've been having my in real life race today.
I know. I wanted to ask you about it, and I got told don't.
It was all right. I mean, it was a frustrating race for me personally, but I have a hard time looking at things in perspective when it comes to this. I'm in a car that I have a grand total of 4 races in total, and I'm racing against people that have literal years of experience. So, you know, I'm too competitive. You know what I mean?
And you're talking about your real life racing with the Legends car, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I was the fastest I've been thus far today. Running P5 for a little bit, and got slammed from behind with 2 to go, and it pushed me up into the top lane and got passed by 3 cars on the low side. So
How are the people you race for? What is it? High. I'm sorry, I'm screwing up. I know it's Do Something Motorsports?
First Do Motorsports.
First Do. How are they taking your progress? Because every post I've seen, it sounds like you're getting better, you're getting better, you're getting better, and sooner or later, once you get the laps, once you get the time, they're going to be behind you. They're already behind you full throttle, but they're just going to, holy crap, reap the rewards of Nate Orlowski, guy who's now been doing this for X amount of time, when you get that seat time and just improve, because it sounds like you're improving, they know you're improving, they're happy with how you're improving, and the timeline of your improving. It looks like you guys are working very well together, and it looks like this could be a really good spot for you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the only person who's actually frustrated is me. I've been told by a guy, it's actually my fire chief's son, who built my car and has been doing this his whole life, that he's extremely surprised about how well I'm doing, just because, one, the track that I race at is pretty tricky. In the cars, it's a lot to get used to, especially going from like a beater BMW that I was using to one of these. It's tough. But, I haven't been lapped.
That's good.
Yet.
That's awesome.
More than most people can say, so.
Is there a way people, fans of the channel, fans of the team, can go about to watch your races? Whether it's on a streaming service, on a website, is there a way we could support you and cheer you on?
Yeah, I mean, the races are streamed on wingvelocitytv.com. It's like the local channel. And then occasionally I'll be on Flow Racing. Occasionally.
Wow.
But I'm not
awesome.
entirely sure when that will be. I think it's only twice for the season.
Hey, that's a big market to jump into for those twice. But it sounds like you are your biggest headache right now.
Oh yeah, 100%.
But even the real racing aside, knowing how you practice and have gotten better on iRacing just shows your work ethic in a race car. Even though it's a sim, it's still kind of the same concept in a way. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I mean, actually, iRacing I think is part of the reason why I've kind of jumped in and done pretty well. I mean, today, you don't go 3 wide at my track. It's a quarter-mile bull ring. It's very small, very tight. And I was behind some cars who decided that they were going to send it 3 wide into turn 1, and just kind of having the experience in the sim of reading 2 steps ahead, I kind of saw where that was going, so I backed off just for a second, and sure enough, sent them all 3 up into the wall. And I just turned down against the wall, so I missed all of it. Had I not had seat time in the sim, I don't think I would be as comfortable, or kind of would have thought about that.
Well, I've said this from the beginning, and I've said this from the beginning. We've had personal conversations, not just in the sim, real life, as a friend, as somebody I've worked with, because we've worked broadcasts before, we've had fun doing other stuff together. I'm proud of you on how you've grown as a driver, as a person, and I know it's weird, probably coming from, a broadcaster and a video game guy or whatever, but just watching your growth from point A to point B over the last 1.5 to 2 years, it's amazing, and I'm very honored that I was able to watch you grow and now continue to grow as a race car driver, and I can't wait to tune in and cheer you on from Connecticut.
Well, I appreciate that. Yeah, I'm working on live streaming from inside the car, but it's not as easy as it sounds, unfortunately. I figured I was just going to get a GoPro, connect it to my phone, and throw it out there, but I was humbled real quick when I started doing research on it, so I'll figure it out. I can't spend, $2,000-$3,000 just to stream a local Legends race,
Oh, you mean like actually stream it, like in real time?
Yeah.
Oh God, no! I would just say upload it later. do what you did with the BMW. Hook it up to your helmet or whatever you had it, and then later that night or the next day, upload it to like Facebook or something or YouTube. If they'll let you, there might be, hey, don't do that. We want our own viewing rights.
No. It's allowed. I mean, yeah, I really wish that my GoPro was working. I actually forgot to turn it on, so that wreck in front of me did not capture it. It was a pretty good one.
I was gonna say, you're racing. Oh, that's gonna look cool. Goes back. Oh, crap.
Yeah, my spotter was like, "Oh man, please tell me you got that on your GoPro." And I looked at it. Nope.
But when is your stint this evening?
So I just got home about, 45 minutes ago from the race. Took a shower, and I'm going to race here in probably 45 minutes to an hour.
Okay, so you're getting in after Scott.
I believe I'm actually getting in after Joe. I think he's doing another stint.
Oh, okay. Are you excited, or are you a little nervous, or how you feeling after all the headaches that car has gone through before you even get behind the wheel?
Honestly, being 16 laps down, I mean,
makes it easier.
It's a lot less pressure. When we were running Daytona in the LMP2 and we were second, and I was leading at one point, I had those white knuckles, and a lot can go wrong. So I think having no pressure will actually make me overthink it, not make me overthink it. But obviously we want to do as well as we can. But I am glad that I came back and they didn't just give up.
Yeah.
It sucks, right? It sucks to junk a car in a 12-hour race you'd spend months preparing for.
Even when it's not your fault, yeah.
Just glad it wasn't me this time.
But and it goes to the perseverance of not just saying, screw it. Because even if you get into a couple of incidents, you're multiple laps down, you're definitely not winning the race. There are things to be learned and also still things to be gained. This is an official race. You get safety rating and iRating awarded or taken away via how you do during this race. And you could be where you are now and lose iRating, but by the end of tonight, around 1 a.m., which, God, I might be asleep by then.
I'll be asleep. I work tomorrow.
Yeah. You could then be positive iRating. So even though you could have a bad race and be out of contention, you could still have a good finish to where there are still some positives to an overall upsetting day.
Oh, yeah. Scott's in the car right now, and as everybody who follows All-Star knows, Scott's he's our little alien. Fast and consistent. So, I mean, he's already made up 4 positions. Oh, and he almost got loose. So if he can keep it consistent, and we all know Joe's quick here at Sebring, so we're looking at, let's see, we've got 1 GT3 that's on our lead lap, or on our lap right now. And then we've just got the LMP2s, and if we can pass them, well, we're still looking at a top 10 finish.
There you go. And with all the adversity you guys have seen, I would still count that as a positive.
Oh, for sure. 12 hours is a long time. Even if it's a sim, it's still a long time.
Yeah, it's even a long time broadcasting. Oof.
Oh, I'm sure. I'm sure you're ready to go to bed.
Not to bed. It's so much nicer when I have somebody up here to talk to. It goes by so much faster, and it's not just me talking to myself, talking to people that don't talk back. Looking at you, chat.
Well, if it makes you feel any better, the Hurricanes lost 2-7 to LA today, so there's that.
You weren't watching. I went through about an hour and a half ago of ESPN scores just because I was like, they're pitting. Might as well give me something to talk about. Car 969, Fenn is in the car. They're about 20 minutes short of a perfect window to the finish. Cars around them are about 30 minutes short. So, interesting from
Hey.
car 969.
Nate, I need you to get ready to get in the car. You got about
Okay.
10 laps.
Okay.
I'm sending Rambler up here after he gets out of the car.
All right, are you
Think
both
that-
leaving, or Joe, are you staying?
No, I'll pull Nate when I need him.
Okay. But
All right.
Nate is going to currently start getting ready to race.
The Scott's going around.
Yikes. How bad? How bad?
No damage, just spun. But we have a drive-through.
Oh, you guys are at your limit already?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, Scott Bolster's VR headset died. Got a bunch of damage.
Did it crash? Did it run out of battery or what?
I think it crashed. Oh, he's coming in now. Okay. All right.
All right. See you later, Nate.
All right. Bye.
Bye. All right. We are back. It is just I'm the problem. It's me. My wife probably heard that, and she's probably laughing her butt off. For anybody who doesn't know, my wife is a huge Tay-Tay fan. And I mean, huge. Like, if you thought I had a Nickelback problem, she's even worse with Tay-Tay. But thank you guys for tuning in. It's a huge honor to have you guys on the broadcast with me. Whether it's the drivers coming in, talking with me, some of the crew chiefs, or you guys just watching. I love having you guys here. Hit that like button, subscribe, follow. We got plenty of races this week coming up. After tonight from Sebring, we stay down in Sebring for the Super Trofeo series. The Lamborghinis are going to run about 45 minutes around this beautiful racetrack. And then afterwards, not going to go too far away. We're staying in Florida, but going towards Homestead, Miami Speedway for the A-Car Xfinity Series presented by the Wrestling with Nerds podcast. What'd you say, Mike? Let's go. I'll be back up in the booth after my stay. Oh, okay. And I wasn't trying to butter Nate up. I know it's gonna come across that way, but not at all. We've been around Nate, or I've known Nate for probably close to 2 years now, and how he would just beat himself up at everything, and not be good at it, and just every time we'd get on to hang out in Discord. Hey, I'm running this race. Hey, I'm running that race. Hey, I'm just going to run that race. And just hearing, hey, I got a P5. Hey, I got a P7. I got a P4. That was cool. I'm going to run another one. I got a P2. And then sooner or later, it's podium, 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 podium. Granted, around his skill level in officials, it's cool to watch somebody suck and then not suck anymore. But Jake Z'd out in the car. We're looking at just about 15 laps during this stint. Dalton Fredericks getting in the car when Jake comes down the pit road. And roughly 10 laps. We'll give him 10 laps. And that'll be it for Jake. Dalton's getting in the car, running it to the finish. We are just shy of 2 hours left, people. 2 hours left. Hit that like button, subscribe, share it out. There is a shot we could see a podium. Not a podium, a win. Something could happen with the race leader. It's happened before. It happened last year at 2 years ago at the Daytona 24. We were so far behind. And then everybody in front of us just wrecked. The sun went down, and we were fast. But here's your race leader coming to the end of lap 117. right there on your screen. Last time by a 149.67. Jake's last time by a 149.28. Track temp got down to 75. It's probably going to stick right around there. Track temp. Time at the racetrack is about 8:30 there. And we are just shy of 2 hours remaining. That's kind of pretty cool. I didn't know that existed. Might have to keep this. Definitely gonna keep that on a broadcast for the Lamborghini series and even the NASCAR series, because that was pretty sweet. Not gonna lie. Everybody, we're gonna go side by side, have our commercial break for the hour. We'll be right back.
From Mordor to Hogwarts to Gotham, the nerds have come together to create a show for nerds by nerds. Join nerds doing nerd things as they talk about all things nerdy. Stay up to date on the show by liking the Nerds Doing Nerd Things Facebook page.
It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but isn't enough. It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature, where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that Makoni Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairground Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at Makoni Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, Makoni Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to MakoniSetupShop.com and learn why Makoni Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at Makoni Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
We're back, everybody. Thank you all to our wonderful sponsors. Check them all out in the description. They do a lot for the channel. Check out my main sponsor, W Energy. Save 30% with code AS15TV. This week only, it's Creator Appreciation Week. You get a tub for about 30 bucks. Each serving ends up coming out to be about $1.50 each. Very clean, energizing, no crash, none of that crap that other companies put in. And it's smooth. It really is smooth. It gets you to an energized level without the jolt of it and the jitteriness. There's no jitters. I know Nate's tried it. I obviously have tried it. I have 4 tubs. My favorite one right now is because it's probably brand new. Probably because it's brand new. Is the Crunchyroll Solo Leveling Monarch Blue. Very good. The Dragonade is pretty good. The Japanese soda one is surprisingly good. Mix it with club soda or Sprite or like a light soda that with a light flavor. It tastes kind of like a ramune, like a Japanese soda. But all their flavors are at w.gg. Use code AS15TV to save 30% for the week. And then it reverts back to 10. Wouldn't you want to save more though? Beautiful seeing that number 2 on the lights. Means we are P2 after the day we've had. These guys are killing it. Jake, Dalton, and Trevor, in no particular order. Absolutely killing it. After getting behind the 8 ball early, they've made up a lot of time, and they've stayed about the same distance to the race leader for the last 100, 150 laps. There's a huge wreck behind him, the 357. Or a 367. What a hit. See if we can go back and look at that. Oh. And immediately comes to pit road. That's going to be a lengthy stay. They were riding around in 10th spot. That's a LMP2 car. Just shy of 4 laps behind the race leader. They should be hitting pit road soon, though. Actually, I think we'll hit pit road before then. I lied. But Dalton will be getting back in the car, throwing that number 20 everywhere. Really curious to see what the plans are for this 20 team after Sebring. Are they going to change manufacturers? Are they going to stick with the Acura? Or switch classes? I doubt they're going to switch classes. That was stupid of me to say. But I would throw out there that switching manufacturers is definitely on the table. And we do have a little while before Watkins Glen, which I'm pretty sure is the next one. Should be getting company momentarily. Thought Jake was off track there for a second. I got scared. Ah, I missed the Xfinity race. Darn it. Justin Bonsignor, a modified driver from up here, finished 16th. Darn it. And Patrick Emmerling finished 33rd. Matt DiBenedetto, 35th. I won't spoil it too much for people just in case they have it recorded. They can go back and watch it. But darn, I thought it was going to be a night race. I was wrong. I was very wrong. Jake's got another couple laps before hitting pit road. Let's jump on board once again. I think it's a heck of a cool shot, especially at night around Sebring. I love the whistle of the turbo. Whatever you get out of throttle. Doing a really good job, and I've said this countless times over the race. He's really picking and choosing what he's doing when he gets to a car. Is he waiting? Is he making the pass? Is he pressuring? There were a couple spots right there, those last couple turns, where he got to somebody and just, hold on, wait a minute, and waited for that little short shoot in between turns to make a pass. And it keeps everybody safe. Jake's still running very fast laps, a 1:49.04 that time by. Should be seeing pit stops momentarily. Dalton is getting back in the car. Very excited for that. He'll be going to the finish. And this is it for Jake Zedal at Sebring. Gonna most likely turn into a crew chief / spotter role for the finish. Very proud of my guys. As I've said multiple times over the last couple weeks, months, leading into Daytona now. Recently I became part owner of HSR Phantom along with Jake and Joe. A lot of J's. And I can't say it enough. The guys really came out today even through some of the headaches of other people on the racetrack or even issues of their own. They've stayed in it. There was no quit. They're gonna finish the races one way or another. So great job to everybody. Some things you can't practice for, and that's other people. You could do your best and work around traffic, but you can't drive for anybody else. And that's where I feel like some of the issues came from, or other drivers. Looks like we might have a guest before Ramblin' gets here. Starting to get a little populated. The one, the only Brandon Store.
How's it going? I apologize. I totally forgot I had a soundboard sound on, so I'm
It's
very
okay.
sorry for
They're
that.
all muted.
Oh, perfect. Then you didn't hear it, and only I did.
How's it going, pal? I hear you guys are having quite a bit of fun down there.
Fun is definitely a word to use.
Are you still P2?
We are still P2. It is absolute chaos. I swear, we are 2 hours in to go, and everyone has lost their head.
Same.
Especially the GTP and LMP cars. They're taking everything, no give, no patience.
Yeah, we've seen that. Honestly, with the LMPs, a couple of the GTPs, but mostly the LMPs, the GT3s have been pretty good, but they're clumped together, so they make it difficult. Not really of their own, own accord. Yeah, it's been wild over here, and for what I'm hearing through what Joe was telling me, you don't want to be in that 57 car.
That's what I heard. Absolutely what I heard.
But they're sticking it out. Proud of them for that. They're gonna finish the race one way or another, and maybe they'll come away with a top 5. You know how it is. Keep it on the racetrack, keep it going the right direction, and you'll come away with a good finish.
Exactly. We've had a fairly clean lobby. We've had small moments that have been chaos, but with having a clean lobby, the attrition, if you get taken out, you're going to fall a ton of positions in our race. So our main goal is to keep it clean. We've got 2 other cars on our lap. The leader's a lap ahead of us, but we are like close up to the cars that we're almost going to lap the cars that are behind us. Oh, we almost just got wrecked by a LMP2. That was close.
Yeah, we are 4 laps behind the race leader, sitting in second, and 3 laps ahead of P3. And that is Dalton, Jake, and Trevor. With Dalton's in the car, and he's running towards the finish with an hour 45 left. We will have, I don't know how long you plan on staying up here. You are welcome as long as you want. You know that. I love having you up in my broadcast with me. We might have also a special guest. His name is Scott Ramlin when he gets out of the car.
Got it. Yeah, no, I'll stay up here for a little bit. I do have to make sure that I jump back down before I jump off, and I have to jump off just before race end to get to season tickets of the Colorado Rapids.
Oh, there's a game tonight?
There is a game tonight at home, and I don't miss home games.
Who are they playing?
They are playing the Portland Timbers, who have had some struggles this year. We are undefeated as of right now as Colorado, so hopefully we can get a victory. And then tomorrow is going to be all the notes for the broadcast for my podcast. I know I missed this week because of work, and I feel horrible about it, but what pays the bills has to come first.
So, I'm happy you brought that up. I've brought it up maybe 2 or 3 times over the 12 hours so far. Explain to everybody, what's the podcast? It sounds like it's soccer, but go into a little bit more in depth of America FC.
Yeah, so American FC, the way that it's designed really is that FC stands for Football Club, which is a way of saying soccer club whenever you're not from America. And it's specifically focusing on the American League of Major League Soccer. Admittedly, like I said, I did miss this past week in terms of an episode. but we're going to get right back into the swing of things here this coming weekend. And we start off the broadcast essentially focusing on what has transpired in the weekend and all of the matchups that occurred. And then from there, I get into my predictions and kind of break down how the teams are performing. And if you're a fan of any specific team and you don't know the other teams very well, my goal is to be as informational as possible.
And that is why I've started listening. It's really why I started, because I'm not a fan of soccer. We've had this conversation. But listening to your show since I was in Ohio, that's when the first episode came out, I've started watching. I have Yes now, because I have the Gotham Sports app, and I've been watching New York City FC.
So you're an NYCFC fan now?
This is literally the first time I'm watching actual soccer and actually consistently watching soccer. I have no clue who anybody is. I don't even know what their points total, whatever they call their standings, are. I don't even know how that works. Is it just win-losses, or is it win-losses, ties, penalty kicks? I'm learning so much in a very short period of time, to the point where it's like, I gotta talk to Brandon.
Well, and it's admittedly chaos. So the way that the season is there are multiple cups. You have the Major League regular season, Major League Soccer season. That is the traditional games that occur. You'll have games intertwined. Like right now, we have the CONCACAF Champions Cup, which basically is North Central America club teams that are competing against each other who have won some sort of championship or came in a certain ranking in some sort of cup. Later on in the season, we're going to have Leagues Cup that I know Colorado's participating in. U.S. Open Cup is occurring right now, which has Major League Soccer, USL Pro, USL Champion, USL One, all kinds of different leagues that are involved in it. So it's a little complicated that way because not everything goes towards the stats. But I focus specifically on the regular season. And the way that the points are added up is that you get 3 points for a win, 1 point for a draw, and 0 points for a loss.
Oh, so it's like hockey scoring.
Yeah, very similar, very similar. So that's how they all will essentially add up, but they are broken up where there's the Eastern and Western Conference, and there's the overall league supporter shield. So the supporter shield is whoever has the most points at the end of regular season. And at the end of regular season, the Eastern Conference top 9 teams make playoffs, and the Western Conference top 9 teams make playoffs. And you have your wild card, which is 9th and 8th facing each other. And then from there, you get into traditional bracket style, first against the winner of wild card, second versus 7th, so on and so forth.
So how is NYFC actually doing? Because now that you're explaining it, you're right here. So how are they actually doing?
They are not doing horrible. And I'm going to bring up the stats just real quick to make sure. And of course, I am requiring an update right now. Last that I was checking, they were roughly in the center of the stadium. So the center, basically, every side has about 15 teams. And so then they'll compete. And I apologize, I am pulling it up, and my computer is lagging.
You're good.
Crazy.
You are like I said, I like to promote people that promote me. And you being another podcaster who has very much supported the Wrestling with Nerds Doing Nerd Things podcast, other stuff on the channel as well. I'm very happy to throw your stuff out there as well.
Absolutely, I appreciate it. Of course, I'll obviously check out everything that you guys are doing and support where I can. It's actually funny, so my work, and I'm not sharing where I work, but they just sent me a wrestling hoodie and t-shirt with my company's logo on it. I'll have to send you a picture of it.
Oh, that's fun.
So now I got stuff to wear when we're watching wrestling.
Because now you're into that now.
Yeah, I would say I'm learning so much about it. Admittedly, I have found my most attractive wrestler, and that's all it takes for me to get into something, usually. I just need an attractive athlete to follow, and I'll get into that sport.
That's great.
So, and to answer your question, NYCFC is sitting 7th, so they are just ahead of the wild card. They currently have 7 points with a record of 2 wins, 1 draw, 1 loss in the Eastern Conference.
Oh, so the season just started?
The season did just start. Yep, the season goes from March until roughly end of October, and then playoffs go until the first week of December is usually the championship game.
Do they play in snow?
Yeah. I actually had a game about a month ago now. It was not regular season. It was the week before the regular season started. Colorado Rapids had earned a spot in the Champions Cup for CONCACAF, and it was the second coldest sports game outdoors in history of any major league sport. It was 3 degrees and we played, and it's funny because Kansas was supposed to play as well against Miami, and they canceled that game, but not our game. But yeah, we were out there. It was 3 degrees. My beer froze while I was holding it because I was not drinking it fast enough.
Oh, that's unfortunate. Frozen beer is not good.
I had slushy beer. I still ate it. Don't waste beer.
Also joining us in the broadcast booth, one of the drivers from car 57. It's Scott Rambler. Scott, please be careful. I'm trying to not have my channel blown up, but I hear there was a lot of frustration with that 57.
No, actually, the frustration was on the part of some of the other people who don't know how to drive. If you guys manage to find this stream and figure out who we're talking about, if it's you, get bent, because I did nothing wrong, and I'm glad you ended up in the tire barrier. Other than that, it was great. That thing was on rails, and aside from the 115-degree track temps I had to deal with when I first went out, I started clicking off some really fast laps, and at points I was anywhere from 3.5 to 5 seconds faster than the leader. So I was tearing these guys apart.
Where are you guys sitting? Are you still P16 and 9th overall?
I know we're 9th overall still, but I've got no idea where we're at overall. I don't know. We're P9 in class. I don't know where we are overall.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, that thing was on rails. We just had to deal with a lot of stupid people.
Yeah, I saw some of the chats, and I wouldn't be surprised if those get taken care of. Because wow, I don't think they watched the replay, and they keep telling you what lap to go watch, and you would watch
the wrong lap.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it was our lap 141. Unfortunately, I already backed out of the session, so I can't show you what it was. But
you're good. I don't want to show it on screen anyway. I don't want to give them any publicity.
Let's just put it this way: they overcooked turn 1, then overslowed, then tried to turn back down to the apex where I was already at the apex. They clipped my right side door, overreacted, turned it straight into the tire barriers after turn 1, and died spectacularly. While I just drove off into the sunset and proceeded to only miss my delta lap time by 0.2 of a second.
Jesus, Scott, come on. Why you gotta be like that?
Or were they in a different class?
Yeah, they were in a GT3. Yeah, I don't know what's up with the GT3 field in our race, but they are some of the most boneheaded iRacers I have ever dealt with.
It's funny because I'm in my lobby too saying that the GTPs and LMP2s are chaotic and have no idea what patience means, and are sending it absolutely wrecking the living crap out of people.
Well, that's the hilarious part. I wasn't sending it at all. I lifted early in almost every corner, and I was still dealing with GT3 cars that completely blew the apexes. They're running the wrong line. They're trying to run the frickin' rain line. A couple guys don't even know what a racing line is very clearly, and they want to act like they're entitled to the entire road. So big middle finger to those guys.
I did have one or two close calls that were me not being predictable with the racing line, but I was predictable with where I was on track. And so I had moments where I apologized. I had a complete OSH moment where a GT3 car clipped in the Le Mans curves, clipped the curbing, and came directly across the front of my nose. I 0x'd twice for a 2x off of it, so I didn't actually hit them, but the net code hit them as they were spitting.
Just jumping back to my race real fast. Dalton's in the car, and I'm watching lap times and relatives. Leader going into this lap was 6 minutes and 56 seconds. That's when we cross the start-finish line. We're about to just head towards the turn going to sunset. What is that, 15? It's down to 6:49. If we keep that up, we'll be within 30 seconds at the finish. So it could
all it takes is one mistake.
Yeah.
And Dalton doesn't like being multiple laps down, so he's going to be pushing that thing for all it's worth. And with the track temps dropping, that boy is going to be bad fast.
Oh yes.
I think these first couple laps of him out on the racetrack is him feeling the car.
Feeling the car as he runs a 48.3. At least 48.3.
Yep.
Unless that's a 46.
No, it's a 48. Leader did a 49. But he said he was going to take it easy the first run to see how the grip level is, because he hasn't been in the car since it was sunny out.
Wait, Dalton?
Yes.
Dalton taking it easy is not taking it easy. That's everyone
okay,
else
but being a little more cautious than normal.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
So he's taking it down from 110% to 108%.
That's what it sounds like to me. That's logic.
Jackasses.
We're not wrong.
No, I was trying to make a point, and you're just like...
I mean, at least he's not going 3 wide through this section using the runoff area to the right, like under where the camera is right there. I may or may not have done that, and Joe was trying to take a nap. He saw the replay, and all of a sudden he was wide awake again.
There's still a lot of people in this race.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. With it being dry, oh God, what is it called?
Attrition.
Yeah, the attrition, thank you, Brandon, isn't really going to be there. This is a hard track, but it still allows the boneheads that only know how to drive on a dry track to do what they need to do. If it rained, I guarantee you half of this field would already have quit.
Oh, that would have been fantastic.
Yeah, right?
And that's why I pray for rain races, because these guys that show up and don't do any practice, they don't know where the racing line is, they don't know their butt from a hole in the ground, they're going to wreck out the second it starts drizzling.
Yeah, well, I don't think iRacing needs to do rain every single race, though.
No, they really don't, but it was nice there for a while to just kind of like hang back, run some halfway decent lap. I say as I'm the one that trashed the car at Daytona.
I remember that. We were watching that.
I do remember that.
I was given a deficit, and I wanted to make that deficit null, and I died.
You made a bigger deficit.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. There we go. That's exactly what I did right there that Dalton just did.
And he's being cautious, right? That's what we're saying?
Yeah, 108%. He's definitely dialed it down a little bit. It just proves our point.
I said the first couple laps in the stint. We're well past that now.
But it's
Yeah, well,
we have to laugh a little bit.
it also proves my point, though, that the GTP cars and the LMP2s are absolutely sending it on GT3 cars. It's been happening.
I think Dalton just smacked the wall.
Oh.
On entry on the right side before he took the left-hander.
Yeah, that's fairly common. It's easy to do. Doesn't really hurt you that much unless you whack it. A little bit of scrape here and there. Not like a real car. We're not going to lose carbon fiber doing that.
Now, have y'all heard the rumor that in the next 2 years they're going to be repaving Sebring?
Well,
I would not be surprised.
I thought Sebring was repaved. It just hasn't been scanned.
No, it was not repaved.
Was it
There's
patched?
been rumors for... Yeah, it was patched. There's been rumors that it was going to be repaved for a while, but they're becoming more and more serious about it, unfortunately. But I think this is one of the best tracks that are on the entire schedule. Like, is it going to be worthy of, some sort of Formula One race? Absolutely not. You could put so much money into this and it wouldn't be just
Is it graded that high? I know there's like a FIA grading system that allows for Formula One racing.
Well,
Ooh,
no,
time for the Google.
I don't believe it is rated that high. Yeah, definitely look that up.
I forgot what that rating's called.
But with that being said, this track puts on the best racing as it is. The bumps make it chaotic. The way the track is wore in means you have to conserve your tires. I don't want to see it get.
So here's the weird thing. Sebring International Raceway is FIA Grade 1. So if they wanted to, they could run Formula One there. But I guarantee you the reason they don't is because it's bumpy. And I think the track owners and everyone else knows that the second it gets repaved, F1's going to be like, when do we have a third American Grand Prix at Sebring?
You mean a fourth one?
Can we save money and not go to Miami?
Can we save money and just not have F1 in the United States at all? Because, quite frankly, we don't give a shit. The ticket prices are too fucking high.
Yeah, no kidding. I'll stay home and watch it. I'm not paying, $10,000 to go watch a hour-and-a-half race.
Well, and that was funny because the U.S. men's national team just played Panama at SoFi Stadium, and the capacity of that stadium was only an eighth full compared to what it would be if it was completely full. And this was a game that was not really promoted hardly at all. It was in the middle of the day on a weekday, and the ticket prices, any U.S. men's national team game, ticket prices are $300-$400 for nosebleeds. It's like nobody is going to pay that much, especially midweek. And I swear, like, the people who own these tracks and own these teams are inflating prices to the point where people just aren't going to go, and they wonder why they can't get attendance.
That's why I don't go to NHL games. I know I was talking to Jake this earlier. I don't go to NHL games because I'm not going to Madison Square Garden and paying $250 a ticket for a nosebleed. I'll go to... Sorry, I'm going to use my Connecticut accent here. I'll go to Hatfield, and I'll pay $20 for the same thing for the minor league team event.
I mean, I am going to an Avalanche game here in 2 weeks for work, but that's going to be my first one. It's just, it's $120 for nosebleeds. Like,
oh,
no,
I would pay.
That's not worth it.
That's nice. I would rather take $120.
Nosebleeds in the corner?
I don't care. The cheapest ticket for the Rangers to play a half decent team is probably like $250, $300.
Wow.
It's Madison Square Garden.
That's what I love about going to Cincinnati and going to a Cyclones game, because for $30 you can get in, get yourself a bowl of Skyline chili, and watch a bunch of grown-ass men fight with blades on their feet. It's amazing.
Like I said, it's why I like going to the minor league games. Because I feel like, honestly, they play harder, too.
Oh, yeah. No question.
Well, and for my season tickets for the Colorado Rapids, I pay $660 for 19 games, plus I get 15% off of Team Store, 10% off concessions. I get events to go to throughout the year that are free to go to, that usually come with food and drink. So it's completely worth it for that side of it. And then Colorado Springs, they have a second tier team for soccer, and their season tickets are around $300 for the season for roughly the same amount of games. So there are other sports that make it, affordable for traditional fans.
Yeah. Like, I would love to get Wolfpack or Yard Goat season tickets, because I would just go right up I-91, for 20 minutes every Friday and go get $2 drinks and a $1 dog, or $1 dogs, $2 drinks, until the end of the first period. I've done it. It's great. You get there early before the game starts, and you're already like 5 or 6 beers in and about 10 or 15 hot dogs in. This is the part where Scott goes, and no wonder why you're fat.
Hey man, the only person I judge for being fat is Rob, and that's because he's actively working on himself. He needs motivation.
Yeah, isn't that whenever I play Rocket League, you just tell me I'm doing something wrong, and it's like, I got this.
I literally said that in the first half of this broadcast. AJ can, because I straight up said it to AJ.
About Rocket League, yeah.
I was like, there's one way to get people fired up. It's like, you tell me that I'm slow while I'm doing an IMSA race, I will start banging in fast laps. You tell Brandon that he's out of position, he'll start banging goals in Rocket League.
Well, it's even working whenever I'm in the car. I got told I was being, and of course the way that they're saying it is, you're being mighty aggressive. Like, they're saying it like that to me when I'm making moves, and I'm like, I'm not being aggressive, and that makes me more aggressive.
Be aggressive.
Exactly.
All right, lap times have kind of subsided. They're more even now than Dalton being a half a second or so.
Well, Dalton is cranking the hell out of that wheel on corner exit.
Oh, you want me to go back to it? All right.
Yeah, look at how much wheel he puts in on these slower corners. Sunset was really bad. He was almost beyond 90 degrees.
Watch for the hairpin. The hairpin is always fun, because I don't know if my arms twist like that. I don't know if I could do that.
It gets pretty interesting at times, especially if you have to
like right here.
Yeah.
Like I think I'd have to really lean in the car to do that, and you're strapped in and you can't.
I am actually, and I apologize, I am being recruited back to Mercure real quick, so I do have to go jump down there to make sure that we are good.
All right, pal. Well, thank you for joining us, everybody. That is Brandon's store, American FC on Spotify.
New episode every Sunday, except this past Sunday. I apologize.
All right, don't worry about it. Life is life.
Life is life. So I appreciate it. Have a great broadcast.
Thanks, pal. Now there is one.
Well, technically two.
Yeah, well, let's not talk about two. I think we're kind of crushing the weight limit up in the broadcast booth.
Yeah, the whole thing was swaying a little bit with Brandon up here. Especially when I climbed in. It started creaking.
Yeah, but he's a twig. What's 120 pounds going to do?
That's what I mean.
Oh.
That's why I put him in the middle of us, in case the whole thing collapsed. He could land on us and somebody could survive.
It'd be like a bounce house.
Boing! Yeah, he just goes flying even higher. It'd be like one of those lake blobs.
Yep.
He'd land on top of us and go flying 50 feet in the air.
I believe I could splat. He'll hit one of the bridges. Like how the bad guy in Deadpool pancaked against the street side.
I've actually seen somebody hit the bridge here at Sebring before in an iRacing race. It was actually quite impressive.
He
They
got
phased
rammed.
right through it because there's no collision on it, but it was still like, oh god. At least I don't think there's collision on this scan. I know on the old one there wasn't.
Look at those brake rotors, Scott. Now, Dalton said there's no chance that that'll fail, but they are bright freaking red. But does it add anything to tire wear being so high?
Yes. So, iRacing is one of maybe 3 or 4 different sims that'll actually bring your brake temperatures into account when trying to calculate your tire carcass temperature and the interior tire temperature. So if you go through, say, on your outlap for like an IMSA race and you drag the brakes all the way through on top of doing your weaving to heat up the tires, it'll actually help you a little bit. You on some cars they have a tire sensor that'll show you the temperature of the interior of the tire, and you can actually watch it go up as your brakes get hotter.
So what's with the interior? Is that a color you can change, or is it always purple like that?
It's a color you can change. I think mine was set to white. It really doesn't change anything other than the like what you can see inside the cockpit, and it's really nice in night racing, so a lot of people will go either green, purple, or red.
Is that just
so
because
you don't
it's
have
warm, like not like bright ass colors? Oh no, white's a bright ass color.
Yeah, white's bright, but I mean in the sim you don't really need to worry about that so much, but in real life, if any of you go to your local fire stations, a lot of the lights in the back of the trucks, say while we're responding or whatever, there is a red light setting that'll allow us to see what's going on without draining our eyes at night.
Oh wow. I didn't know that.
Yeah, not a lot of people do, because not a lot of people look up and go, hey, why does that dome light have 2 different colors?
So Scott, after Sebring, after tonight's race, it's all said and done. What is the next endurance race on the schedule?
I don't know.
Is it Watkins Glen?
I think the Glen is toward the end of the year.
I thought it was June.
Maybe it is. That'd be a question for Joe. I don't really pay attention. He just basically comes to me and is like, hey, you want to help me build a setup? Or, hey, you want to race in this race?
Get in the car, I need somebody. Okay.
Yeah, basically, get in the car, I need somebody.
Okay.
I show up and I drive fast. That's it.
And it's usually very, very fast. I keep looking out for that 30 car to say jump to pit road. Not that I'm hoping they would crash, but I'm kind of hoping that they would crash.
Let's see, where's Dalton at?
He's
got a
currently
lot of traffic in front of him here.
You in the lobby now? Or are you just looking at the map?
I'm just looking at the map. Yeah, 'cause he just came on the... not the Holman Street.
Go ahead and
maybe
into
that is
Sunset
Holman
now.
Street. Yeah, the way these GT3 cars and these slower class cars are spaced out, he's not really going to be able to get into much of a rhythm. And there is a whole gaggle of crap going on. Looks like somebody spun off of turn 5.
That's a little bit further ahead. Well, he's getting up to it now, so never mind. It's about 10 seconds.
Yeah, you never know with people on the sim. Sometimes they'll high side themselves on this outside curb that Dalton just hit, and they'll just sit there. Why they just sit there, I don't know. But dumb people do a lot of dumb things. God dang.
Whoa, what'd you see?
It's just the number of cars that are still running this deep into the race is really impressive. Maybe they need to bring back terminal engine failures.
Oh,
God.
If you use it too hard, it'll blow?
No, like if you hit something hard enough that you blow your engine, it just tells you you got too much damage, we're done.
Oh, it started saying that. We
Yeah,
were
usually-
we were in a couple NASCAR races where it even told Ryan that the Daytona 500 race he was in, he made it to like 45 or 50 laps, and he gets into a wreck, not his fault at all, gets caught in it, and it says, "We're done. Too much damage. Race is over."
Yeah, it used to do that a lot more with the IMSA series as well. But I think people were like, hey, it only takes like half an hour to switch out an engine in these cars.
Really, that fast?
Something close to it. A lot of teams, if you blow the engine, will just be like, yep, screw it, we're done. We'll throw the spare engine back in it when we get to the shop, because you're not going to be competitive.
Oh, really? You'll still be shot?
Oh, yeah, you'll still be absolutely screwed. Oh, got a car off on the hairpin exit. He's going to sit in the middle of the track, spin up his tires. Dalton has nowhere to go. Oh, God.
Oh. I saw that ended badly.
I thought Dalton was going to take it 4 wide there. Do it for the vine.
Doesn't exist anymore.
Do it for TikTok.
That's gonna be gone in 2 weeks anyway. Again, for like a day. Who knows?
Do it because I want you to.
There you go. That's better. Hold my hair and tell me I'm a bitch. What?
Okay. Hang on, let me lube up the plunger real quick. Get on that bald head. Oh wait, you're not bald.
Yes, I am.
Oh, you are bald. Okay.
I've been bald since high school. Joe just came over and said they almost got taken out again.
That does not surprise me.
So Dalton's been out for about 20 laps on this run. He can go about another 5 or so. He might be able to do it. I think he's still going to need to pit twice.
Let's see, about 10 hours and... Oh wait, no, 10 hours and 52 minutes completed.
Yeah. You can go about 54 minutes. And he still has about 10 more minutes of running.
Oh, that's going to be close.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, hold on a second here. So I did 27 laps. So about 1:50, that would be 110 seconds. About 60. I was only doing 49.5 minutes.
Really?
That doesn't sound right.
Yeah, that really doesn't sound right. I'll tell you, the driver in third is putting a second faster lap times on Dalton and the leader.
Oh, maybe. Well, Dalton has been in traffic the past couple laps, and it looks like he's having trouble with this. What is that, LMP2 in front of him?
Yep.
Or is that a Cadillac? That's a Cadillac.
That's the 5th place. Yep, yes it is.
That was something I found hilarious when they added the Cadillac to the roster here in iRacing, because they are very, very similar to the P217 in the dark. And somebody that's a massive IMSA fan, probably Joe, is looking at me, face palming. You should know better. Trying to see where Dalton could get around this guy.
Well, they're both GTPs, so they're running roughly around the same speed.
Yeah, but it looks like Cadillac's having trouble getting off the corner, and the Acura should be able to outpower it going down following straightaway. Dalton might have to try and use some of these lap cars here as a pick. Maybe coming through the mall. Nope.
They are on fresher tires too, Scott, so gotta throw that in there too.
Yeah, at that point it wouldn't even be worth it.
Yeah, they pit on lap 330 for them, and they're just getting on lap 338.
Yeah, so his tires are just now coming up in the temp where he can really start pushing. The Cadillac, I mean. Dalton's going to be skating around all over the place.
Yeah, he's going to be pitting soon, within the next couple laps.
Hell, throw the ERS in attack and have at it, buddy.
Looks like he's about to.
Yeah, it looks like he might be trying exactly that. Does he get to the inside? He's going to have the outside for the upcoming corner. Hard on the brakes. Long way around. Two Trailer Park Girls go around the outside, and Dalton Fredericks gets a position that isn't a position.
Yeah, I was going to say. Not really. And the thing is, he's been faster than the leader. But once these tires kind of equal out and get some wear in them, they run about the same lap times, where at the beginning of a run, Dalton's a second faster at best, but fortunately we put ourselves behind the 8 ball, and now we have fought back to second place, which is absolutely amazing, Scott. But just looking at it, if we didn't get into trouble, we would probably have either won or finished right in second where we are.
Well, the nice thing is a podium is pretty much locked up. So if you got to back off and save a little bit of fuel to get to the end, and you just want to bang in a fast lap to make a statement, there's no issue doing that. Just
He said he was going to.
The way the track's set up right now, I don't think he's going to be able to do it. There's way too much traffic. He's just now going through the hairpin, and the traffic doesn't stop until sunset. It's almost completely consistent all throughout.
Fastest lap of the race is somebody not even in the race anymore. Was a 1:47.18.
That is a blazing lap.
Dalton ranks 4th on the list of fastest laps. As we are in the final hour.
It's the final countdown.
Is that a dying walrus? No.
The things that we say and do in the broadcast hour.
Like NFL Red Zone, it's the witching hour. Where wins become losses and losses become wins. My brain did not want to compute that. Fastest lap of the race goes to P4 now. A 1:47.09.
47.0.
And he immediately went off track after that. He's like, ooh, fastest lap.
That's actually pretty common.
Yeah, here it is. What do you mean I got fastest?
I did what?
You did what in this cup?
I'm trying to think of a Cars reference and I just completely blanked. I'm a failure as a nerd.
My name is Mater. Toe Mater without the toe. God dang it, now I want to watch Cars tonight. Oh, I guess I'm watching two Pixar movies.
I mean, Pixar's just goated, so...
But which one do we do first? We do The Incredibles first? Or Cars 1? Which I don't know how you're going to do this. You're going to be racing.
I mean, I think I'm only... I don't even know how many more stints I have to do. I don't really care.
You're just going to go out and have fun.
Damn straight. If I wreck it, I wreck it.
Every time you pass somebody, it's going to be a bird.
Bird man.
It's a bird. It's a plane. It's Scott's finger. You like it? I got it at Target. You at least know that movie?
The reference doesn't ring any bells, no.
It's Ricky Bobby. As of literally a minute ago, in the Car 60, P12, but a few cars ahead of us just wrecked, so P10 is imminent. Daniel Krim afterwards says, yeah, P3 and P11 just wrecked. Been nice. Been nice. Somebody needs to go snipe P1 so we can get a win.
I mean, we could just switch the camera to them and talk good about them until something happens.
Yeah, the broadcasters curse. Wow, these guys are really kicking butt. Absolutely driving away from this. Awesome. It's happened so many times, but all those times, Scott, are unexpected. We're never truly rooting for somebody to get wrecked. Shut up, Scott.
Let's see.
There's that one
56
time.
minutes remaining. It's going to take them about a minute 30 in the pits.
Think he might have to save just a little bit?
I think he's going to have to save a lot of it.
So would you have possibly so when he hits pit road next, if he can't save it, does he take a splash and no tires?
Yeah, at that point, if you're just
A couple
trying to
minutes
make
out?
it to the end, yeah, there'd be no point in taking tires. Just splash it, stay out of trouble the rest of the race, and finish it up. Because they're, what, 2 laps down?
They were 3.
3 laps down to the leader, and then the guys behind are 2 laps
And now they're 4.
behind us. Yeah, but the leader's going to have to pit at some point.
The leader's gonna have to pit. The leader pit on 28. It's 53 now. The leader should be pitting very, very shortly.
It looks like they played their strategy to a T, so unless something happens, they should be good to the end.
They cook it too hard, come to pit road and smack the pit road wall.
Does that LMP not have a rear wing behind Dalton?
Yeah,
it doesn't.
Is that an LMP?
That's a Porsche. Go back to Dalton.
And back to Dalton.
Yeah, that LMP2 doesn't have a rear wing. I don't know how they're staying on track.
That it's a Porsche?
That is a Porsche that you're looking at, yes.
No, I mean the one without the rear wing, but it's an LM. What is it? A GT3 or no? It's a.
No, it's an LMP2. It's a Dallara P217. I can't see their number board. I'm assuming that's just a graphical glitch, because I don't think you'd be able to hold on to an LMP2 through the corners without the rear wing.
There it is. Oh, it's the 55, the one that was giving Dalton a problem. And leader is on pit road. Unfortunately, no damage. And they just switched drivers again. They've switched drivers every stint this last hour. I feel like they're getting cocky.
I don't know. They may be trying to get everybody's minimum time in.
Oh, can you imagine? Is there a way to check that?
Yes. Go to the entries page.
I'm gonna make it huge so you can see it.
And then whatever their car number is.
Right here, 30. No, they're green. But it says 3-2
If you click on their actual entry, there should be under DC.
Yeah, it says
would it be driver-
3-2. Just like it says for HSR.
Huh. Maybe they've already completed it. Who knows?
Yeah, it's also green. Track the number of different team members that have driven the car in the current session during a race. It is shown as X/NEG1-3, which would read 1 of 3, and N being the number minimum of different drivers required. Yeah, that sounds complicated.
Yeah, it's weird how they have that set up.
It should just say yes or no.
Hey, yes, no.
Bad, not bad.
The easiest way is to, if you're looking at yourself, just go to your lap times page, and if your DC is literally just 2 letters, DC is yellow, then you don't have enough time. If it's green, you've got enough time in the car for.
So you're looking at the laps page?
No, not at the lap stage. Like, this is the HUD when you're in the car. So it would be your F1 black box.
Yeah, I don't got that.
Yeah, I was gonna say, I don't think you do as a spectator.
Negatory Ghost Rider. Another good movie that I very much enjoy. 8 as of 2 hours ago, 18 perfect brackets remaining after Arkansas beats St. John out of 24 million.
Wow.
How do people guess some of this stuff? Oh yeah, I think Arkansas is gonna beat St. John's, or I think Clemson's gonna lose.
Oh, Dalton. Oh, Jesus. He's in the marble. Too deep there, bud.
Too deep. She didn't like it. That just face palmed again, I think.
Don't go too deep. She has a boyfriend, and her boyfriend's the wall.
Hey.
He will break you in half.
I'm gonna rip you in half now. Got that movie?
I have no idea.
Deadpool 2, Juggernaut to Deadpool.
I do not have that movie. I have seen it multiple times, though. I should remember that line. But
You're
considering
Deadpool,
the
I'm like your biggest fan. I have your first comic book. Can I wear your helmet? I'm gonna rip you in half now. Woohoo! Yay! That's bad. That's really
I mean, 90% of that movie is quotable, so.
Right next to The Cure for Blindness.
I need you to leave now. It'll feel so big in this hand.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Bad Scott. Bad Scott. Bad Scott.
Hey, Dalton made sunset this time. Good job.
He's made it every time except once.
I've got to give him hell.
Give him hell. Give him hell.
When you see my face, hope it gives you hell. Hope it gives you hell.
No, but it scares children.
Actually, surprisingly, well, without the beard, yes, it scares children. With the beard, children fucking love me. Why? I have no idea.
I hope Joe's not listening. Creighton is beating Auburn. A 9 seed beating a number 1 seed right now. At halftime.
I mean, it wouldn't be the biggest upset in NCAA history.
No, but then we'd have to listen to Joe. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think I want to hear that after the way this race has gone.
That's where I was going. Literally, I'm in danger.
Everyone pray for Joe's bathroom door and his drywall.
Or his mailbox.
His mailbox that the delivery companies never use.
Yeah, they just throw it in the dirt, and it just happens they're in.
That or they sit it on top of his trash cans.
That's so messed up.
Excuse me. All right.
You're good. That sounded like it hurt, though.
It always hurts. So how far have you guys gotten into your Transformers review from the on the Nerds Doing Nerd Things podcast?
We just finished 2007's the first Shia LaBeouf Transformers movie, and just so you know, these are the first times I'm watching these movies.
You've never seen those?
No. And I actually very much enjoyed it.
Yeah, the first couple Transformers movies with Shia LaBeouf were amazing.
And then they brought in Mark Wahlberg again.
Yeah, as soon as you bring in Marky Mark, it just seems like the entire franchise goes downhill.
Marky Mark and the Funky Bunch.
Dalton's just clicking off laps. Looks like he's had quite a few open spots to really let this thing sing.
Hey, Scott.
Hey, Joe's back.
I need your help. Can you spot Nate, please? I'm running into computer issues.
I will do what I can.
Thank you.
And that is Scott Rambler, everybody. Is some Daniel Creighton getting in the car, or car 60. They are running to midnight tonight. And I'm getting word that Dalton took a phone call while driving. The Florida State Police are now looking for that 20 car when it gets off the racetrack. Dang it, Dalton. That's illegal. We are right around 45 minutes left in the race. It's been for me, a long 12 hours. Right now, 11 hours and 15 minutes. But thank you, everybody, for tuning in to both streams, or just this one, or the first one. Thank you to all the drivers. Thank you to Joe, Rambler, Nate, Jake, Scott, Brandon, Wyatt. Thank you guys for all coming in, helping out with the broadcast. It was fun to talk to you guys for the bit of time that you were here. But we are closing it up. Less than 45 minutes remaining during this race. Dalton Fredericks 3 laps down to race leader and 2 laps above P3. So we're sitting pretty good for P2. Looking at a podium. But I think today's been, through all the heck at the beginning of the race, very successful. They fought back, Trevor, Jake, and Dalton. We'll jump on board a little bit. We have a couple more minutes before we hit our final commercial break before the end of tonight's race. Let's stick on here for a couple laps to watch how this goes, because he does have some traffic that he's closing up on.
Oops, I'm in the wrong lobby.
Okay.
Hi, AJ. Scott will be right back in a few minutes.
Okay, no worries.
Start my computer. Hi, everybody.
What'd you break? What? Oh, he's gone.
Do what now?
I said, what's going on with your computer? What kind of issues?
I've been having stuttering issues and frame drops all freaking afternoon. I do not know what is going on. I have been battling it. This is part of my frustration today. I just wasn't going to say anything. Yeah.
Yo, I had to put everything into potato mode to stream because it's so bad.
Yeah, it's terrible today.
So I do apologize that the stream probably won't have the best quality, but we did get all 12 hour, 11 hours and 50 minutes of it, because I told you about the halfway break. But yeah. Something was up with iRacing today, because I was having issues since the moment I got in the lobby, and I just had to turn everything into potato.
Yep. All right. I'll catch up with you in a little while.
Yep. Send Scott up here when he's done.
Okay.
All right, everybody. Just a little left in the broadcast. But with that being said, we are going to step away for the final time during this race. We will be right back.
From Mordor to Hogwarts to Gotham, the nerds have come together to create a show for nerds by nerds. Join nerds doing nerd things as they talk about all things nerdy. Stay up to date on the show by liking the Nerds Doing Nerd Things Facebook page.
It is feature time in Tulsa. Let's go green.
He's got the run, but isn't enough. It's a drag race to the finish. Culver goes from third to first in the last quarter.
Experience the world's most legendary racing events with iRacing. iRacing special events allow any member to compete in full-length multiplayer races based on some of the biggest events in motorsports all year round. Compete in virtual endurance races such as the 24 Hours of Daytona, Spa 24, and the Nürburgring 24 Hours. Take on some of the toughest races on the NASCAR calendar, such as the Daytona 500 and the Coke 600. We have races from disciplines across the racing world, from the Indy 500 to the Chili Bowl, from the Bathurst 1000 to the Crandon Championship. Our endurance special events utilize iRacing's team feature. where members can sign up and race together on their own team, swapping drivers throughout the race. Other events use iRacing Super Sessions, where you're not only racing against those on track, but against everyone taking part. As every race progresses, watch and feel the track change, with progressive time of day, dynamic weather and rain, and dynamic track debris and surface changes. Take on your favorite discipline, or try a brand new racing challenge with our biggest races of the year, the iRacing Special Events. Learn more at iracing.com/special-events.
When you want to be the best, you can't settle for the rest. There's a reason that McConey Setup Shop is trusted by more virtual and real-world tracks and companies than any other setup shop in iRacing. With partners such as Stafford Motor Speedway, the Nashville Fairgrounds Speedway, Five Flag Speedway, Speed 51, and more. When you want something done right, you go to the experts at McConey Setup Shop.
With setups available for most series on both asphalt and dirt, built by a team of professional builders consisting of some of the top talents on the service, McConey Setup Shop LLC has what you need to hit the track with confidence. Head over to McConeySetupShop.com and learn why McConey Setup Shop is the official setup shop of Richmond Raceway Esports and is partnered with some of the largest names in virtual and real racing.
And remember, at McConey Setup Shop, there are setups, but your victories.
Welcome back to the show, everybody. Just about 35 minutes left in tonight's race, but the racing from Sebring isn't over yet this week. On Tuesday, we come back with the Super Trofeo Series. And Wednesday, we go to Homestead Miami Speedway. So we are in Florida all week long. Right now, we're looking at two teams so far for HSR Phantom Racing that are going to score podiums. The 20, if everything goes well, and the 969. Dalton doing a really good job navigating through the pack of GT3 cars right now. They are really all bunched together. And if we saw on his steering wheel is correct, he's also out there with no deploy and not using he's not using it to try to save some fuel, I would assume. Race leader still cruising right along. Even lap times with Dalton right now, but they're still 6.5 minutes ahead of Dalton and the Team 20 car.
Hey AJ.
Yes, sir.
On your FPS bar, is the P maxed out right now?
Is the what?
The P bar, is it maxed out?
I only have an LQ and E.
Oh, well, if you go to options, and under options it says on-screen display,
On-screen display, yep.
You should have graphical system, graphical.
I have graphical network
graphics?
system audio steering. I'm showing my screen so you can see it.
Turn on your system one to graphical.
My P is all the way down.
Why is my page file through the fucking roof?
What's a page file?
That's the file that your RAM uses to transfer information from the processor through the hard drive to the RAM to the graphics card.
Damn.
Yeah, I need to get this fixed before I get in the car. Thank you, sir.
You're welcome.
All right, I'll be back.
All right. There's so many cars on the racetrack, it does not like me. R60, Josh Vidal with the P10 is official. Wait, their race is over? Oh, that's probably where they're just gonna be. LMP giving Dalton a little bit of a headache. See what we got for lap times. Last time by, Dalton with a 150.79 to the race leaders 147.81. To third place is 147.54. Out of the top three, Dalton's the only one that I think might have to pit, but he's also using the no deploy. So we're hoping that means he doesn't have to pit, that he's saving fuel. But he is losing about 2 to 3 seconds a lap on everybody else around him, which, in all honesty, should still be good. But I think we are in full save mode. No. See if it says no deploy still. Yeah, it still says no deploy. Under tank on the left side. Ow. And Dalton's got a good couple seconds ahead of him before he gets to somebody. Right, the being in a GTP, yeah, close in really fast to other drivers. The couple in front of, couple drivers in front of him are just getting towards the hairpin now. There they are on screen. It does not take long.
Hello?
Hey, welcome back.
I'm running into a serious problem with my computer. I may not be able to drive again.
Did it just happen, or has it been doing the whole time?
This just started happening in the last 35 minutes.
Have you reset your computer?
Twice.
Is there a possibility your computer's running too hot? I don't know if that would affect it or not.
I got the air conditioner blowing straight on.
You're the computer guy. I wish I could help.
Yeah, I'm getting a page fault for some reason.
If you dumbed everything down the potato, would that help?
Oh, I've already done that part.
But it's a hardware issue. It's not like an internet issue, right?
Correct.
Yes, I can't, me telling you to disconnect from your internet then reconnect to your internet wouldn't help. Yeah, because I had blinky stuff earlier, but then I just dropped everything and I've been fine since. There's been a couple times where I've tried to re-up it back to like 40 or 45 drivers and it didn't like it, but that's it.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to run the graphics configuration.
Oh, in the main screen?
Yeah.
Alright, we only got 22 minutes left here, so 22 minutes plus 1 lap, I think is how it works. But Joe, go get that checked out. You'll be good, I hope. When's your next stint?
It's actually supposed to be within the next 2 hours.
So what were to happen if you killed your computer for an hour and a half to see if would that even help?
Mm-mm. I'm working on it.
I need first place to wreck. And I think Dalton's in like full save mode. His steering wheel says no deploy, even though I don't think it would tell us anyway.
I don't think you'll see it.
And he's letting off and coasting into the turns. And I know you're not supposed to do that.
No, this car is set up to do that. Actually, the way the GTPs have been these last couple weeks, you want to lift and coast.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
That goes against everything you tried teaching me.
I know. All right, I'll be back later.
Okay. Trying to get confirmation if Dalton has to save or not, because that would explain why those lap times are well off the wayside. And they did. They had to save, but I just got confirmation that Dalton should be good to get to the finish now, which is probably a very huge sigh of relief for the 20 team. That gap to first is still pretty big. 3+ laps. But the gap to third is just shy of 5 minutes of track time. So if everything goes as planned in the last 15 minutes here, HSR should be able to get two P2s, because last time we had a conversation with Brandon or anybody from the 969, they were still sitting P2. And there you go. I just got it. They are P2 still with 14 minutes left. 2 podiums, 2 P2s. It's pretty sweet. Granted, there was no rain during this race, which, thank you, iRacing. Doesn't have to rain all the time. Yeah, we are just under 14 minutes to go. About 7 or so laps. Can't believe the 12 hours is almost done with. The sun wasn't up yet when we started, and the sun is down when we finish. As Dalton's coming up to some heavy traffic. You got the first 2, and then it just continues all the way to the start-finish line of cars. That's how long this train of vehicles are. Just about 10 laps remaining, still sitting in second place. We're going to jump on board so you guys can see Dalton cut through this field still. Looks like it still might be a little tricky. Some of the GTPs and the LMP2s and how close they're running lap time wise. The 188 GTP in front of us. That 188 is flying. Been great car control from all three of the drivers throughout the race. All coming down to just a couple laps to go. Sitting P2, 7 minutes back from P1 and 440 ahead of P3. So unless something catastrophic happens, we're coming out with a podium. As we are under 8 minutes remaining. And we're getting to the point where the leader in just about 4 or 5 seconds can actually park it and still win this race. And there it is. Cannot lose first place, P1. Now the battle is for P2. If something were to happen to us, we would lose P2, but we would stay P3. Oh, a little squirrely there, Dalton. Oh, don't scare us like that. Yeah, being very cautious in the 31st place, not trying to force any issues, make unnecessary mistakes. fastest lap of the race, though, goes to the 107. Wow, 146.86. Fastest lap of the race. Holy cow. Under 5 minutes to go, and we can call it. Time is running out for P3.
Hello.
Hey, what's up?
What's up? Hey, look at that. Your stream isn't stuttering anymore.
It wasn't.
Was on my end.
Oh, I've been watching it this whole time.
So, somehow, some way, iRacing decided... Oh, what the heck? iRacing decided to change up how much video RAM it used. I usually typically run it at half of my video card, so I can do other things, right?
Yeah.
No. iRacing had it set to 20 gigs.
Aye.
Yeah. So I reset it back to the half that it's supposed to be, reset the RAM up to 32 gigs of usage, and hey, would you look at that? My CPU usage has dropped too.
That's good.
Which means it was sitting there trying to throw all kinds of crap through that page file. I hate being smart.
Yeah, it beats putting a fist through it.
I mean, you ain't wrong.
Expensive punch. Well, we
Things
are
that
under
I refuse
3 minutes remaining. Sorry, Joe. We just clinched second place.
Good for them.
And I would suggest, since I haven't heard anything from the 969, as they also did too.
Cool.
So you're going to get 2 second places in 2 different style of vehicles. And then I'm going to go have dinner, because I haven't... I've been very hungry.
Oh.
What? Oh. What happened?
How do you turn off the ray tracing? Good lord.
It doesn't have ray tracing. iRacing doesn't have ray tracing. I think the closest thing they have is HDR. So what time do you end up getting back in the car?
Not a clue.
Oh. Who's in the car now? Nate?
Scott Bolster.
Oh. I didn't even see him in the Discord. Oh yeah, he's right there.
Yeah, he's there.
Should be getting the white flag next time by. A P2 after being P10, even more laps down. I'm going to take that as a team owner. I'll take that. And another P2 from a GT3 of a group of friends that just kill it every time they're on the racetrack together. I'll take that too. and I'm proud of you guys for finishing the race when it comes to it. Because even though you guys have gone through the ringer, you could have said, done at any time, and you guys are sticking with it, and hopefully, even through all the headaches, you'll have some fun with it.
We'll see. I am more than likely probably getting in this car after Scott Bolster, so.
Like, so many people pulled off the racetrack once it got close enough to where they wouldn't gain or lose a position. I think that's kind of a dick move. There it is, a white flag. Oh, and Dalton goes off the racetrack. Hopefully you didn't need that X. That would suck if you get black flagged on the last lap. I don't think you'd get disqualified, though.
Nah, you just lose a lap.
Oh boy. That was a little testy. And for the final time, heading down towards sunset with the fireworks going off in the background, Car 20, Dalton Fredericks, Jake Zedau, and Trevor Anderson. Kill it, bringing it home. P2 for HSR Phantom Racing. And I think he might be out of gas. Yeah, okay. I think he might have known I might be in cockpit view because that almost blinded me.
Well, congratulations, boys. All right. Have fun with them. Have fun interviewing them. I will catch up with you in a little while.
All right, see it. Hey, Brandon. By my accounts, your race should be over.
I have been moved around places. What?
I said, by all accounts, I think your race is over.
Yes, it is. I was still talking.
I know. I dropped you into waiting room first because I did want to talk to you first. Congratulations. I know you're on your way to the soccer game. I hope you have a great time. Yes. I forgot to say that before. But overall, very proud of you guys. Very thankful you guys were able to give me updates when you gave them so I can kind of shout out how you guys were doing. That's all I wanted to say before you go enjoy yourself, but I'll throw you back down there, pal.
I appreciate it. No, thank you for all you guys do, and AJ for you and broadcasting for all of us, and really, really appreciate it. So happy. We're going to go celebrate at P2. They're about to get a picture.
Yeah, P2 and P2.
Two P2s.
Yeah.
See you later, Brandon.
Great work, Brandon.
All right, boys. Well, we'll make this nice and sweet because I could smell dinner.
Sounds good.
Holy crap. What a absolute crazy bit of racing we had over the last 12 hours. What do you guys got to say for it? I'll let whoever wants to speak up first to talk first.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Holden.
It was an awesome race. We started off strong. Had a little hiccup there, starting the second stint, but luckily it happened early, and we were able to come back from it. I couldn't be more proud of our guys. Jake, Trevor, phenomenal work, keeping it clean, keeping it out of the fence. Even though Jake was like 2 feet from destroying the ass end, but
what you're talking about.
you gotta make it a little exciting. But
Right.
no, I couldn't be more proud of our guys. Even with the last minute setup change, we were able to adapt and make it work. And glad we were able to get second. So, Jake, take it away.
Honestly, man, you pretty much covered it all. It was a great race by all of us. We came back from a little mishap at the beginning and just kept it clean the whole rest of the race, and it was good. It was a lot of fun.
Even though my incident points don't say for it, but that is probably one of the cleanest races I've ran.
Unfortunately.
How many did you end with?
Was it about 20, Jake?
Something like that. I had 3.
Hold on,
Trevor had, yeah.
22. So, not great, but still. All it was off tracks.
Yeah, Jake had the
And
best
one
one, though.
lost of control.
Yeah, and one lost control.
Jake had the best off track where he just said, screw you to 2 corners.
They didn't even count that as an off track though.
No,
every time I
counted.
did that, I got to slow down, but I didn't get an off track.
One where I did that in the grass and turned 3, that gave me an incident point, but
yep.
Is either cut the grass or die.
Die. But overall, a fantastic run. A huge shout out to the 969 car as well in the GT3. Absolutely. It was fun to see how they were going through the ringer on their end, but to come away with another P2. Great job, guys. I feel like I've said it an ungodly amount of times, but just very proud of the effort, very proud of how we were able to bounce back, and not just this car, the other 3 cars as well, because it seems like every lobby was kind of hectic in their own way, but Brandon, Steven, and Andrew, great job over there. I'm stealing your picture that you posted in the Discord to use on Facebook to say we got 2 position 2s, 2 silver medals, and yeah, I can't wait for the next endurance race. I think that's Watkins Glen in a couple months.
Yep, it'll be Watkins Glen. Hopefully no rain again. That'd be much appreciated, iRacing, if you're listening.
Yeah, no kidding.
I doubt it. I have my doubts.
I have my doubts.
But yeah, I'm excited for Watkins. Watkins is usually a pretty good race for us. It's a pretty strong track for us. So, yeah, we don't know what car we're going to use yet, but we'll find out here shortly.
Yeah, that's... I was thinking about that. I was like, I wonder if they're going to stay with the Acura now that they finished second. But for the most part, at least early on in this race, it was all Cadillac. And I think the first 4 positions were Cadillac when we got into our mess. But we have Cadillac, Acura to finish the race. So
hey, the other Acura got up there.
Nice.
But thank you guys for coming talking with me. It's always a pleasure to have some fun with you guys in the broadcast booth. You made me not as lonely. I like that. But dude, we'll I don't think we'll see Jake on Tuesday. Dalton, are you gonna make an appearance Tuesday?
I should be able to.
Well, you don't have to go far. Just stay here. Hey, it's Sebring.
You're paying for the hotel, right?
Oh, no. You can write that off in your taxes.
Oh, there you go.
All right, everybody. Take care. Thank you for tuning in. Hit that like button, subscribe, follow. We'll continue to update you on the other HSR cars, the Car 60 and the Car 57 through Facebook. But yeah, we'll see you on the next broadcast, everybody. See you Tuesday at 8:30.